and the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, and the City of Chestermere is home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Our meeting today is also being broadcast live. With that, let's begin. Someone's got the monitor on. First, I wanted to start off with some of the unfortunate events that are happening in our country right now. The City of Chestermere extends its sincere condolences to our Saskatchewan neighbors following the heartbreaking and senseless acts of violence seen this past weekend. In memory of the victims, the city is flying all flags at our municipal building at half-mast until sunset on September 6th. Our hearts go out to the people of the James Smith Cree Nation and the village of Weldon as they grapple with this unthinkable tragedy. Moving forward, I'd like to move forward to our adoption of our agenda. Are there any items that Council looks to add to the agenda? With that, if I can get a motion to accept the agenda as presented. Councillor Fogt?
I make the motion that we accept the agenda as presented.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Hanley?
For council, if everyone could verify that their sound system is shut off on their machines, because we're getting an echo. So you just take this.
Thanks coming over here.
See if that helps. That was me.
Mr. Oops.
Moving to that, if we move on to our second item on the agenda, the awards and proclamations. First of all, we'd like to pull forward with the City of Chestermere's Western Irrigation District Agriculture Award, which is being presented to Cole Russell. I'd like to start off by saying thank you so much. This is a letter from Cole Russell. Thank you so much for picking me to be the recipient of your award, the City of Chestermere and Western Irrigation District Agriculture Award. I am so thankful to have this kind of financial support during the school semester. It is really going to help in so many ways on my continued journey here at Olds College. I chose Olds College because it was one of the most well-known agriculture-based schools that I could find during my search for schools that may be of interest to me. In addition, since I'm based out of Strathmore, Alberta, I don't think that there would be any other institution so good, so close to home. I grew up around my farm my entire life, and I am 100% sure I want to continue on the path of agriculture. No questions asked. So it was awesome when I was able to find such an agriculture-centered school where I was given the chance to take the agriculture mechanics course that they offer. When I'm not here at school, I spend the majority of my time working on my current employer's farm. I also take a bit of time off work here and there to go backcountry snowmobiling for the winter, while in the summer I go camping and work on project trucks at home. Since I'm studying agriculture mechanics here at Olds College, my plans are after graduation will consist of returning back to the farm I'm currently working for and putting up my new knowledge to work. I would like to thank you again for the very numerous and thoughtful support. Every little bit of it will help huge amounts. Cole Russell. That's fantastic.
Yes, another farmer.
Moving forward to our adoption of the minutes. Councillor Hanley?
On our
information?
Yeah, we have to accept.
If I could get a motion to adopt the award and proclamation as information. Councillor Hanley?
I move that we receive the awards and proclamation for information.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item D on our agenda. Today is the adoption of the minutes. Now, in the first section of our minutes, we're looking to adopt minutes July 26th, July 12th, and July 5th. Councillor, if there's any amendments to those minutes, please let us know. If not, we'd like to adopt them all as a group. Any amendments, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I reviewed the minutes, and the bulk of them are okay, but I have a few issues, I guess, with the first three. and it may be just a point of clarification. For the July 6th minutes, on page 4 of the minutes, this is the red line version. And I see that there's a section here, beginning on the top of page 4, where it's stricken out that I restated the motion to remove the word wrongfully. If the above section is strucken out, then the comment does not make sense to be there. So maybe this is just a point of clarity. In the minutes, is that section where it's strucken out going to remain on the clean copy? So then the comment needs to be removed. The same thing happens on page 11. So those can be minor. And on the July 12th, page 2, it's the same thing. In this case, it's stricken out it says Councillor Dean, I rescind my motion. And same thing on pages 4 and 5. Then on July 5th, it's the same issues. Deputy Mayor on page 1, Deputy Mayor vote, I withdraw my motions. The same thing applies as we go through. This one is quite extensive as we did the action list and we restated a number of motions. So it's just a matter of formatting, right? And if it's being stricken out because of the red line version, then remove the comment afterwards because it's like it doesn't mean anything. It's not applicable. Apart from that, I didn't find. There was one other one on page 4 where it's just a typo. It says N equals Blaine.
So just as a point of clarity, Jerry, for when we're doing our council minutes and we do rescind a motion, do we keep the motion there or do we strike the motion out? Just so we are clear.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope everyone had a great holiday in August off. And to answer a few of your questions, is we were doing so much red line versions actually in the month of August, trying to catch everything up and make things right. I think it was more of a carryover from when we were scratching things out from the confirmation of the minutes. We actually just extended them over to the other minutes where things were like, we were just all in a habit of just making sure that things were redlined out, that everybody's seeing exactly what was being changed and not being changed.
Yeah.
Usually what happens is if you rescind a motion, it's not in the minutes, but because we're, again, our whole team was just trying to do, like, as everybody sees in the public, there's so many minutes that we're confirming as well. We were just all in the habit of continuing on the other side. So that's where really it is. Anything that's just redlined and scratched out, it's not on the original drafts and it wouldn't be in the minutes anyway. So again, it was just one of those carryovers from what were happening in August.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, that was just my point. It seemed like a formatting issue, and if the comments remained on these versions because they were shown still in black, then it would be confusing to the reader to read the minutes.
So would you like us to accept these as amended or?
Yeah, we can accept them all still as amended. We've recaptured everything. And I think, like you said, it's just a formatting. It's just where we're at when we're doing all the other ones as well.
Okay. Are there any other comments in regard to the first 3 minutes?
No.
Councillors? All right. With that, if I can get a motion to accept July 26th, July 12th, July 5th as amended. Councillor Hanlon?
I move the council accept the July 26, 2022 special meeting minutes, the July 12th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes, and the July 5th regular council meeting minutes as amended.
Okay, any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. A little slow on the get-go here. On the July 26th meeting, it says that Councillor Ritesh Narayan was present, but I don't think he wasn't here for that meeting. That's what I was on.
Councillor Narayan, do you believe that to be correct?
Yes, so that is correct. I was not present at the meeting of that day.
Are there any other amendments that anyone sees? With that, can we accept these minutes as amended with that correction? Okay. Councillor Hanley, if you could restate your motion again.
I move that council accepts the July 26, 2022 special meeting minutes, the July 12th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes, and the July 5th, 2022 regular council meeting minutes as presented, or as amended.
As amended. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to section E, which is the confirmation of minutes. So just to explain to the public, what we were looking at here is we've gone through all of our minutes from essentially the beginning of January, and we've looked at to make sure all of our motions and the numbering of our motions was accurate. So we restated some of that. So we came up with a new method of recording our motions. So in doing that, we've also gone through all of the minutes at the same time, and our legislative staff actually done a tremendous job going through all of the minutes, all the videos, and making sure all the motions were 100% accurate. So that's been quite a task. And so that's the reason why you're seeing so many minutes being looked at, just to ensure their accuracy. Now, Council, moving forward with Section E, the confirmation of minutes, which has from January 3rd to May 10th, are there any concerns or questions in regards to those groups of minutes? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I've gone through all of the minutes, and I would commend Legislative Services for the amount of work they've done and everything. However, I found in 2 minutes, the April 5th and the May 10th, I have some minor amendments. On the April 5th meeting, page 2 or page 109 of our package, on item E2, it says moved by Councillor Shannon Hanley, whereas it should be corrected. And
Thanks, Ray.
otherwise, those minutes are okay. And on May 10th, on page 145 of our agenda, there's the same issue. Moved by Councillor Hanley to give first reading to bylaw as amended, and then the motion was rescinded. So the comments of the Councillor Hanley, I rescind my motion, should be removed. Apart from that, everything else was fine.
Okay. Ledge, you comfortable with those amendments? Okay. Councillor, are there any other changes that you've recognized? With that, if I can get a motion to accept, we need to read out the date of each motion, but the dates from January 3rd to May 10th. Councillor Hanley?
I would suggest I break this into 2. I move that council accept the minutes of April 5th regular council meeting minutes and 2022, and May 10th. There's May 10th here. Regular council meeting minutes to accept the amendments as amended.
Okay, are there any
For
questions or
two?
comments? All in favor? Carried, thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Hanley, if you could get a motion
Yeah.
to accept the balance of the minutes, it's still as amended though.
Yes.
Okay.
I move that council accept the amendments to the January 3rd, 2022 regular council meeting minutes, the January 11th, 2022 special council meeting minutes, the January 11th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting minutes, the January 18th regular council meeting minutes, the February 1st regular council meeting minutes, the February 8th committee of the whole meeting minutes, the February 15th regular council meeting minutes, the March 1st regular council meeting minutes, the March 8th committee of the whole meeting minutes, the March 5th regular council meeting minutes, the March 29th special budget meeting minutes. We skipped over April. April 12th, committee of the whole meeting minutes. April 19th, regular council meeting minutes. And May 3rd, regular council meeting minutes as presented
And amended.
and amended. February 8th, and the February 8th, 2022 committee of the whole meeting minutes. Okay, it's the February, it's not on the, in eScribe.
February 8th, special council.
Okay, and the February 8th special council meeting minutes
As amended.
as amended.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think you missed May 10th.
No, May 10th and April 5th I left out because
Oh,
I
right,
did
that's right.
for the
Yeah.
first, for the correction.
Separate, thank you.
Any other comments or questions, council? That's fantastic. All in favor? Accepted. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our committee minutes. First of all, we have from the HSAB committee, Human Services Advisory Board. There's four sets of minutes. March 16th, February 16th, May 16th, and June 15th. Are there any questions or comments in relation to these minutes, council? Councilor Dean?
Yeah, I will mention this again later. I don't believe I can vote or should vote on these minutes because the other organization for which I work receives funding, which we are very thankful for, from HSAB. So even though this is a procedure matter, none of it was in here. I just think anything with HSAB, I should just abstain from voting for that reason.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions in regards to these minutes? With these minutes, I believe we're accepting these as information. If I can get a motion to accept these as information. Councilor Hanlon?
I motion the council accept the minutes from the Human Services Advisory Board for March 16th, 2022, February 16th, 2022, May 16th, 2022, and June 15th, 2022 as presented.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. I didn't remember there. Thank you. Moving on to item G, which is business arising out of the minutes, which is our action list. And for today, I believe what we're doing is moving our action list to later in the day, given the significant amount of information we're covering today. So we'll move on to item H, which is our staff report for information. Let's Services, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. If I can actually just get you to move, since it's 9:30, move, and the public hearing was published for 9:30, if I can get you to move to J. Okay, skip to,
Sorry, that's-
portraits of those, to J, please.
Okay. All right, we're just going to move to the point of opening up our public hearing. Just give us a couple minutes. Okay. All right, with that, thank you all for coming. I'd like to call for a motion to open the public hearing, as well as bylaw K1, which is the proposed Clearwater West Outline Plan Use Bylaw. I'd like to note the time and date is 9:32 a.m., September 6th. Just to give you a brief outline of today's public hearing process. So we're going to initially hear a staff report from administration. Then we'll have a presentation from the applicant. Then the presentations from the public in support of the proposal. Then we'll have presentations from the public in opposition of the proposal. Then we'll have a rebuttal presentation from the applicant, limited to only comments received or heard in opposition. And then final questions of administration. I'd like to call the first act of the staff report from administration.
You wanted a motion first, didn't you?
Oh, that's right. Sorry. I need a motion. Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, I move that we open item J1, proposed Clearwater Park Stage 1 outline plan use and bylaw amendment, and item K1, proposed Clearwater Park outline plan use bylaw second and third reading concurrently.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. With that, if we can move on to our staff report for administration, from administration. Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. I'll jump right in for the public hearing presentation. I do want to acknowledge, before I start, we have a whole lot of people here with IBI and Centron and the applicants team. And we also have our city administration team here as well. We have our engineers with different areas of expertise. We have Ron, who is the director of planning or CGI, and we have Jordan as well, and Joel as well. So we've got a full house here today. So any questions that come up, I am quite confident someone in this room will have the expertise to be able to answer. So I will begin if we can go to the next slide. Today's presentation is a brief outline of it is we're going to go over the application and the existing conditions. We're going to go through the outline plan overview. Then we're going to talk about the impacts on other projects, the circulation and public notice and public comments that have been received. Then we're going to go to the action required and alternatives and the recommended actions and then discussion. The existing conditions are similar to what you heard when we presented the area structure plan a couple months ago. The applicant is IBI Group on behalf of Clearwater Park Incorporated, a Centron company. The landowner of all the lands in Clearwater Park West or Stage 1 outline plan is Clearwater Park Incorporated. And we are just looking at the lands within the West Stage 1 that you see on the map in front of you. And first reading of this was presented on June 28th, 2022. Next slide, please. An image of the proposed outline plan is before you right now. For context, you can see the Chestermere Boulevard at the top, and the Highway 1 runs down and around it, actually. We're going to move on to the next slide. You will also see, and in the report as well, the development statistics. I'm not going to read through all of this, but it is important information that we wanted to make sure that you guys were highlighted to be able to see. Next slide, please. So what we are going to spend a bit of time talking about is the significant revisions that have occurred since first reading. If everyone recalls, at first reading, there were still some technical studies that were not finished and ready yet. So there is maybe more items here than you typically see, but we have tried to summarize them adequately. So we revised the city's municipal expansion site from 0.82 hectares to 1.55 hectares. This matches the road closure area, which will be swapped at a 1-to-1 ratio between the city and the landowner, with the exception of a teeny piece of road that will stay road. We've also revised the percentage of planned lots to align with the municipal development plan policy. We're going to talk about this one again a little bit later. We've adjusted the road classification for Clearwater Road to align with the recommendations from the traffic impact assessment. We've also revised Exhibit 31, the walking distance to transit, to include the revised bus stop locations. Next slide, please. We've added text describing the vision for a high street or a main street and an illustration of that high street location within the Eastern Town Center site. We've added temporary turnarounds and interim emergency access between Clearwater Park West and East, which is stage 2. We've updated the amenity center and commercial concept plans, and we've revised the reference to the CMRB approval of the regional growth plan, as that has now been approved and it's no longer just the draft. Next slide, please. We've updated a reference to the stormwater, which has now been approved by APEA. We've also updated a list of supporting studies and organized them by date. We've updated all text references from Clearwater Park Stage 1 to Clearwater Park West Stage 1. This is a big issue for us internally as administration. We have so many stage 1s with all our outline plans going on that we wanted to make it a little bit more clear, so that administration knows which one we're looking at. We've also added to the outline plan section 10, which is key policies. And we've also corrected minor spelling and grammar throughout. And one that is not in here is that the revised floor area ratio for the ETC site from 0.6 to 0.2 to align with the current TIA. Next slide, please. The next part we want to go through is 5 key elements that we want to identify for council's consideration. The first is that pedestrian and cyclist connections across Highway 1 shall be provided in Phase 1. So you can see on the map the link that basically helps link this new community on the opposite side of the highway over to the existing built-up Chestermere. And that link is so critical because when houses do start being built, we will have children, adolescents, adults trying to cross, especially on these nice summer days, or in this case, nice summer days, or September days. And so that will be put in the first phase that will be developed. Next slide, please. The outline plan, and this one I mentioned earlier, must be consistent with clause 3.4.4.4 of the municipal development plan. In fact, it actually has to be consistent with all of the MDP. However, this clause is particularly important as it talks about the 35% restriction of planned lots to single family lots within any new community. We believe the outline plan appears consistent with this requirement. And in order to monitor compliance with the 35% restriction, administration will initiate a monitoring system for each subdivision application, which will be similar to how we monitor for density at this point in time. And ultimately, if those numbers don't balance out by the end of the approvals for the outline plan, we would be looking at going back and the applicant would not be able to proceed without amending and bringing that number in alignment. The next one, I think you're one slide ahead of where I want to be. C, yep. Thank you. The R3 and DC R3 districts comprise a total of 24.34 hectares of a total of 45.71 hectares of the residential development contained within Clearwater Park. Within either the R3 and the DCR3, there are no guarantees that any single detached housing will be provided. This is an important thing to understand, as there are no guarantees that the housing typologies will be diverse and will have a mix of housing within it. That said, administration has been looking at some of the subdivision applications, and we do see that there is a mix being presented. However, based on the outline plan, there is no guarantee that there will be a mix. Next slide, please. The fourth consideration is the TIA. The TIA indicates that the proposed street network may not support the density of an extensive main street or high street, which we discussed very briefly earlier. So page 38 of the outline plan states that a comprehensive commercial TIA is required for the development of the large ETC site and high street, excluding the neighborhood node commercial site. Higher traffic generation may require improvements that the developer would be required to undertake. We highlight this one because it is an important vision piece for this document, and at this point in time, there's no guarantees that it could be developed based on the data that we've seen so far. Next slide. And then lastly is, in section 10 of the outline plan, there's a list of key policies. And these key policies are intended to serve as a summary in one location. The document does contain most, if not all of them, either in the outline plan or in other policy documents of the cities, but they've just kind of grouped them all together into one location to help future administration and councils be able to see that these were kind of key points throughout the document. Next slide, please. Impacts on other projects. I have to note, I thought that the UMP would be heard before this. So I will say there's no substantial impacts on other projects anticipated, with the exception of the UMP. That is not in alignment with the outline plan at this point in time. Another item on your agenda is the UMP update. However, as the outline plan matches the area structure plan, matches the MDP, the UMP should be passed before second and third reading is passed of this one, assuming council chooses to do that today. And another important thing to note is the cost of the road, water, sanitary, and stormwater infrastructure required to service Clearwater Park West Outline Plan. All those costs will be borne by the development industry and most significantly Clearwater Park Incorporated, a Centron company. And they will not be from the general city of Chestermere tax base. Next slide, please. Commenting agencies. We circulate all the agencies, the government agencies, in advance of a public hearing. And so you'll see on the next couple slides the agencies that did respond in the first column, their comment in the second column, and then IBI's comment and response back to them in the third column. IBI's responses are included as they were requested by city administration to respond directly to each commenting agency. Essentially, the next three slides provide those details. However, there was no comments that were of significant concern for council. So we can jump on to the next one again, and one more, and one more. The public notice communications, in accordance with the Municipal Government Act and the City of Chestermere's Digital Advertising Bylaw 032-20, the public hearing for Bylaw 021-22 was advertised to members of the public via the City of Chestermere's website and social media channels, including residents who have subscribed to the City of Chestermere's public hearing notices. I will ask Legislative Services if they have received any comments from the public hearing notices that were sent out, as those comments go directly back to Legislative Services.
Just checking. Jesus.
Wherever. What it says this something.
So am I reading just here? We received one comment, and I will read that comment from an email, it appears to be. Last thing we need is more high-density housing. We need more useful businesses, not liquor stores, banks, nail salons, to help sustain our current growing population. Developers need to create more affordable business areas. Can't have small business success locally when they can rent more affordable locations to the west of us. This is just a developer's quick way of making bucks! Exclamation mark. That is the only comment received. That over or knock it over. Those who know me know I'm very capable of knocking over things. So we'll go on to the next slide. The action required today is that administration recommends that, subject to receiving and discussing feedback received during the public hearing, council approve the outline plan and land use given first reading to reflect a series of minor changes resulting from the feedback received since first reading was given on June 28th, 2022. Next slide. There are alternatives which council may wish to consider. They include 1, give approval to the amended outline plan. 2, defer second and third reading of the approved outline, defer second and third reading of approving the bylaw to provide time to contemplate public hearing feedback, to further consider changes made to the outline plan between June 28th and September 6th, and or direct that changes be made to the outline plan. And the third option is to defeat second and third reading of the bylaw, and to keep the first reading land use and outline plan or recommend further changes. Next slide, please. The recommended action that administration recommends is that council amend bylaw 021-22 by replacing Schedule B of the bylaw given first reading with Exhibit A.1 post first reading proposed Clearwater Park West outline plan. That council gives second and third reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended, being in a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater Park West outline plan, Exhibit A.1, and amend the land use map of the land use bylaw 022-10 as amended in accordance with the map on Schedule A of bylaw 021-22. And I think that's all I have to say at the moment.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Liz. With that, I'd like to request if there's any questions from council to administration. Councilor Funk?
Hey Liz, through the mayor to Liz. The school site, we talked about a couple of the other things being moved forward on phase 1. School sites, were they discussed?
The applicant had extensive conversations with the 2 school sites, school boards initially. One of the school boards expressed interest in proceeding with those. And so can you go to the outline plan at the beginning of the presentation? One more down. That one. In Clearwater Park West, Stage 1, half of a joint use school site is being proposed and will be constructed, and that has 1 school site on it. Mm-hmm. Alvin, that school site is intended for K-9. And then there is, in Stage 2, another school site that will be right directly adjacent to that little green section. And then there's a third school site proposed in Stage 3 eventually. The Catholic School Board provided a comment that they would like to have more discussions about the school sites. And so that I believe Alvin did respond to, and is something that the city of Chestermere would be following up on as well.
Councilor Bug? Sorry, just a continuation of that. So do we have a timeline as to when those school sites would be handed over to the city? Is that something we're pushing for up front, just like the pathway?
I do not know, Alvin. I'm sorry. Next year.
Okay, so they'll be stripped and ready and to be subdivided?
The applicant's timeline says next year. We have to get the infrastructure in the ground, and so I, as administration, can't guarantee next year. That is a piece of heavy lifting that they need to do in order to be able to service this land.
Yep.
But I would like to, I know how dedicated and ambitious this group is, so I suspect that they will be able to do it.
Awesome, thank you.
Councilor Fogt?
Mayor, Liz, is there any recreation going to be provided on this site at all?
Yes. So when you look at the Clearwater, the outline plan that's up, I wish I had a pointer. Do we have a pointer?
I don't.
Okay. Does anyone in the room have a pointer? Hey, we're an awesome group of consultants. Almost all the land highlighted in green is going to be some sort of recreation space. Throughout, there is more details now on what each one of those green spaces will be utilized and programmed for. Alvin will be able to give you those details. As well, there is a homeowners association site that is, see that strip of brown that's just north of that? That is the homeowners association site that will have a facility and multiple recreation opportunities for those who live in Clearwater Park. all of the stages, not just stage one. And the cost for that is borne by the applicant.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Liz? Or Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, just for clarity, Liz, you indicated that the UMP has to be passed before second and third reading.
Ideally.
So, ideally in the public hearing process, if, correct me if I'm not mistaken, because we've opened this concurrently, we can finish the public hearing, and depending on the outcome, then before doing the bylaws, we would have to, because we've opened it, we'd have to table that, do the UMP, depending on the outcome of that, lift from the table the bylaws, and then proceed. I just want to make sure that.
I believe so. That said, we knew when the ASP was approved that we needed to do the UMP update. We had the data, we had all of it done. It was an administrative lift, to be honest, just to get it in front of you guys. So I think you could approve it afterwards as well and just do the public hearing all together and then do the UMP as well. Just know that just like the ASP, this requires that UMP update to be done and should be done today.
Okay.
Well,
Councillor Hanlon?
just to follow up, and I guess maybe it's to Ledge Services. If we do it that way, then we're presupposing the UMP gets, which we should not be presupposing anything until we've seen the evidence. So is the other way the proper way to do it from a procedural point of view?
Morning again. I prefer exactly the first way that you've said it.
Yeah.
The public hearing, you're hearing public hearing now, then you can table it, go back to the UMP, decide what you'd like to do there, and then come back and let the table and carry on.
Thank you.
It's cleaner.
Great. Are there any further questions for Liz? Councillor Dean?
Thank you through the mayor to Liz. Just as an educational point of view, I noticed that in the comments there's a little bit of back and forth that's happening between Rocky View County and the applicant, which I think is great. I'm just wondering what happens with that because they asked some questions, there's some feedback. I'm just wondering what happens with that ongoing conversation as we approve this.
As Alvin and his team has had most of those conversations, honestly, I went on vacation for a week and it caused some problems with me not being here. So I'm not as up to date on that element. I do believe that the city of Chestermere as well with our team, we're in constant conversation with Rocky View as well. So it's something that we will continue to work through. I don't believe any of the comments are of a nature that requires a delay in approving this. They're important pieces of information that Rocky View would like to understand. Is that a fair assessment from my team? Yeah.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Liz? Any final questions? All right. Thank you very much, Liz. With that, I would like to call for the applicant to present their application. Good morning.
Yeah. Good morning, Mayor, Councillors. My name's Alvin Karpovich. I'm with IBI Group. We're the planning and engineering and landscape consultants on Clearwater Park West. I'm here to present on behalf of our client Centron. We're here in support of bylaw 21-22, amendments to the land use bylaw for the Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan and land use. I'm here with representatives from Centron, Cole Harris, President, who will say a few words shortly, Senior Vice President of Land, Jason Blasco, and I'm here with my colleagues, Rod Seeker and Michael Slatery from our engineering department, Amanda Polini from our planning department, and Alex Ho from ISL Engineering, who did the transportation report. I'd like to take this time to thank city administration, specifically Ron Zezelinchuk, Liz Armitage, Jory McKenzie, and Mark Rual for their support and guidance over the last 2 years while we worked collaboratively to come up with a plan for Clearwater Park West. I'd like to now introduce you to Cole, who will say a few words on behalf of Centron.
Thanks, Elvin. Hi, my name's Cole Harris. I'm, as Elvin said, the president of the Centron Real Estate Development Construction Group, headquartered in Calgary. We're a family business, started from my father, and now my sons are now actively in the business. And my dad came from a small town, and so we have small town agricultural roots, and we couldn't be more excited to be a part of the growth of Chestermere and to carry on the incredible community that's been built here of family and strong family values and community, and we've challenged our planners to implement that into our plans, and that's what I think we've created along the help of the administration and of course mayor and council through this process. I'd like to thank everybody for working along with us, and I can't wait to get going and show what a great community we're going to add to this great city. Thank you.
Thanks, Cole. This next slide is a series of images of what the proposed Clearwater Park area might look like when it's completed. A few years later, maybe trees are a little bit bigger than when they'll be first planted. The Clearwater Park West Stage 1 outline plan, as Liz has mentioned, is about 110 hectares of the 238 hectares that Centron owns within the Clearwater Park area structure plan. The Clearwater Park West lands will require new land uses. Those new land uses are a DC R3 that will accommodate a mix of multi and single residential units. DC SPR, can't point to it, but it's the small one above the ground that Liz mentioned, which will be an amenity center and will have some recreation potential. DC ETC, which is the hatched red part above the big red piece, and that is to accommodate discretionary residential within the ETC commercial lands. I'll talk about that a little later on another slide. The remaining lands will be comprised of R1 residential, R1 PFD, which is planned front drive, residential R1 PRL, which is a planned rear lane residential, R3 residential, R4 residential to accommodate a retirement living campus, and PS, which will accommodate the municipal reserve within the plan area, everything that's in green. And that will include municipal park space, a school site, as well as the public utility lots that are identified in blue. I'd like to speak briefly about some of the new land uses that are being proposed. The first one is the DC ETC district, which accommodates regional commercial uses, in addition to discretionary residential, slab on grade, and live work uses. Approximately 113 units are being proposed at this time that would go into that as temporary, or as we're calling it, discretionary residential. As a market for larger commercial sites is not immediately feasible, single detached housing and cluster townhouses will be developed as a discretionary use, promoting more housing choice and affordability in Chestermere. The transition of the lands from discretionary residential to regional commercial uses will be triggered by the neighborhood population and as commercial demand increases. The second land use that we're proposing is DC R3 district, which will account for a wider range of housing choice on lands that are expected to be developed with private roads, with a mix of townhouse, fourplex, semi-detached, and detached single residential uses that reflect current trends in multi-unit development. It'll include live work as well as single detached dwellings. The third, or this slide that I've got shown here is a slide that we put together to show how the plan will meet the MDP planned lot requirement, which states that it shall not comprise more than 35% of the single-family housing within an outlying plan area. So what we've done is we've identified on this plan in blue all of the lots that we will consider or will be considered planned lot, single-family residential. In Clearwater Park, in Stage 1, Clearwater Park West, the development proposes less than 35% of all of the lands that have single-family in it to have the planned lots, which is R1 PFD, R1 PRL, and the DCR3. As Liz has indicated, there's no guarantee, but I can tell you that the planning is far enough along that we know what the lot types are going to be, and subdivision plans are prepared, and some of them are submitted, but most of them will be submitted if the land use gets approved. We've also included in the ETC lands an area that could be a high street, and we've hatched it on the plan to show where it would be within the outline plan land use area. It would be directly off of Clearwater Passage, which is a public road coming into the commercial area. Where Clearwater Park identifies and uses, the high street will be similar to things like in Deerfoot City or Mackenzie Town, where it would be pedestrian oriented with smaller scale buildings fronting right onto the street. Parking will be located in the back. There'll be additional landscaping and building facade features that will embellish the street and provide pedestrian scale environment. Right now, the portion that we're showing is about 450 meters in length. The ones that I mentioned earlier, Deerfoot City and Mackenzie Town, are about 200 meters in length. So it'll be somewhere along this area. We don't have a plan in place, and we thought we'd show everyone and put into the outline plan where the high street would be. The other item that Liz had mentioned earlier is that there is an existing road right of way that cuts right through the middle of the site. That road is being closed, and that road closure there will be a land swap 1-to-1, and it'll be to expand on the city maintenance yard that's in the northwest corner of the outline plan area. And in conclusion, Clearwater Park is a complete community focused on enhanced urban experiences for all users. Clearwater Park identifies and uses innovating opportunities for greater urban safety, wellness, vibrancy, connectivity, and accessibility than what was approved in the 2010 Bayfield plan that was in place prior to this. Centron requests that Clearwater Park West Stage 1 Land Use and Outline Plan receive approval of second and third reading of bylaw 2122-022 so that project implementation stage may proceed. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you very much, Alvin. With that, council, if there's any questions for the applicant, please let me know. Councillor Vogt.
Well, I will ask the question that I didn't hear presented here. Where is the dog park?
Good question. So I will go back. So on the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that larger green space with a walkway. There's a dog park in that spot,
Excellent.
There's also a proposed dog park in a future in the future stage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Council? Councillor Funk?
Through the mayor. In administration's presentation, WID had asked for some information, and it's noted that that IBI is following up with them.
Correct.
Do you foresee any concerns or any issues with that documentation being provided to WID in their responses?
No, we don't see any concerns with it. There will be no stormwater that goes to the canal. That's what the biggest concern was, is that water would get to the canal and there will be zero discharge to the canal.
Okay. So one of them was the crossing
Yeah.
of their lands or their, and I assume that was for going underneath for the pipeline stuff. Is that what that was for? And is that a concern?
That's correct. That's what the question was. And we're in the process of working with the WID. The final details are have been put together and the detailed engineering drawings have been submitted. So we are working.
Councillor Dean?
Through the mayor to the presenter, sorry, can you just walk me through again that discretionary use in the commercial area?
Sure.
I'm just a little confused just how that works. Thank you.
So the discretionary use is the piece that's up in the hatched area. And what's being proposed is that because the commercial lands could sit for quite a while without any development happening on them, Centron felt that it would be good for the entrance into the community as well as for a variety of housing choices that they build or put on the property rental housing. The rental housing would have to follow and would follow the architectural guidelines of the community. So it would be built and themed with the rest of the community, and it would be slab on grade. So when the time comes and when there is demand for commercial, the houses could be moved either to another part within the development or offsite. So it is for a temporary. We don't like to use the word temporary, so we call it discretionary, but it is a discretionary use. It would ultimately be developed into commercial.
And that's the thatched,
That's
the ETC area?
That's correct, yeah. Just that one portion there.
Can I add just a point of clarity?
Sure, please.
That DC ETC lands will have to go through a discretionary approval process with the land use bylaw. So it still does not mean for sure that it would be approved.
Right.
It's not a permitted use, it's a discretionary use.
Okay.
So there's still more approval processes that have to happen with that. They give it a bit more scrutiny. Yeah. I
Scrutiny.
can't say the word, apparently. And so that process still has to happen, and that will give people the right to appeal it.
Okay.
Either way, no matter what the outcome is, whether it was approved or not approved, people would be able to appeal it. And it is limited just to that hatched section, just to reiterate that. It's not
Okay.
all over that red, the dark red, solid red, does not have that option. It has to be commercial.
Okay. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to confirm. So it's a direct control district, like it's, in order for anything to happen in that hashed area, it has to come back to council again. So it's not, by approving the outline plan, there's by no means allows this to actually happen right there for discretionary use.
Jordan, direct control goes back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. Comes
Great.
back to you guys.
Thank you. Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Just as a follow-up to the mayor to the presenter. So then, which comes first, or do they happen congruently in terms of the solid red commercial area and the slab on grade, so to speak, in terms of that discretionary use? Is there one that comes first before that? And then what triggers would you be looking for? And what metrics, I guess would be a better question. What metrics would you be using to determine when the time would be to move said housing so that it goes to commercial?
The first thing that will be constructed is there will be a small neighborhood commercial center. So the part that's, you can see the white line, which is a lane in behind. So that piece that's just to the north and east of that thin line is a commercial center. It's been designed already. And I think there's pre-app meetings that will be scheduled very shortly. So that will be built within the first phase of the development. And as the population grows and as demand for commercial, a commercial study was prepared for Centron, and it showed that there wasn't a big enough population and demand for the type of commercial that would go in there. But when the population does get to a point, a threshold, and I can't remember that threshold right now, but when it gets to that threshold, then more commercial will be built. It doesn't mean that both can't be done at the same time. So if there's a need for commercial in the bigger piece of the red, that will be done, as well as the discretionary housing if the demand is there. So the trigger is the population and the demand.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the applicant, Councillor Narayan?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, just wondering if somebody can speak to the traffic assessment and whether there will be a reconfiguration of the roads, the new community getting on to 16th, and what that's going to look like.
On for Alan? I'm going to call Alex from ISL to speak to that.
All right, cheers.
He knows a bit more about transportation than I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, councils. My name is Alex Ho from ISL, the traffic study for. So for the TI that we've undertaken, we've identified, I guess, in the small rectangular solid red parcel, that parcel we identified as a heavy retail use. So it's where your gas station and your drive-throughs are. And then for the rest of the solid red, it's just your retail stores, kind of like Deerfoot City. So that's what we've identified, and the roads that size is to accommodate all of those traffic, right? I guess, and then there's if in the event that the heavy uses spreads out to the bigger red parcel, then we'll need to relook at the TIA, do another update to see how much more we can accommodate in the big red parcel. But as proposed, what we propose, it's the network that we propose will be able to accommodate what I've said.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions for the applicant? Okay. All right, with that, if we could, thank you very much for your time today. If we could move on to the next portion of the public hearing, which is in relation to hearing from the public in relation to those in support of the application. If there's any residents to speak or any public to speak in support of the application, please come forward. Thank you.
Good morning, I guess.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Joanne Lemna, resident of Chestermere. I'm not really sure whether I'm in support or against, but I have some questions. So I'm going to ask them. The first question, I have three. First is the comment that was made about the R3, R4, no guarantee for single family residences. That is a little bit of a concern. So I'd just like to understand that better, because council's been very clear about trying to have the diverse neighborhoods where it's not all high density or all single family. So there's been a general mix. So I'd like some comment on that. The other question I had was about the amenity center. There was a comment that because of the HOAs that the recreation would be available to all residents in Clearwater. I'd like to put out there or understand if it would also be made available to all residents of Chestermere, simply because there's a need for recreational within our community. And I think that there's an opportunity to actually have a broader offering to all of our residents rather than just the Clearwater residents. So I'd like a question about that. And my third one is on the actual area that we were just talking about, that red kind of area that Councillor Dean was asking the question. If we could kind of have a better understanding of what that temporary housing looks like, is that, I mean, it's on slabs, so, I mean, I have all kinds of different ideas, so if we can get clarity on that, are we talking modular homes? Are we talking just homes that can move? Like, I think from a public perspective, just better understanding that area would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, are there any questions for the presenter at this time? Or Joanne?
No.
Are there any further comments in relation to those who wish to speak in support of the application? Ask 3 times. A second time, are there any last call for those that wish to speak in support for the presentation? And a final last call for those to speak in support of the presentation. Thank you. All right, now at this time, I'd like to call upon individuals or groups that are looking to speak in opposition of the application. Are there any groups looking to speak in opposition of the application? Again, 3 times, so a second time, is there any groups wishing to speak in opposition of the application? And the last time, is any groups wishing to speak in opposition of the application? Thank you. Okay, Council, are there any questions final for the public presenters in opposition or support? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I'm just wondering, I'm not sure where this fits procedurally within what we've had, but we had some questions that were asked, and I'm wondering if it's possible just to have comments on those.
Depending on how we want to present, the applicant has an opportunity to provide rebuttal to the questions that have been asked coming up. But just at this point, we just have any questions for the any of the public that has either spoken in opposition or in favor from the council. If there's any questions. Not seeing any. Okay, moving to the next step, which is invite the applicant to provide any rebuttal to any of the questions or opposition that was raised. So there was a couple of questions that were asked by one of our residents in relation to single family dwellings, guarantees, HOA, and temporary housing clarity. Alpha. Okay, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor and Council, there was just one email that just came in, if I could just read that out loud.
This is in opposition?
It's neither or in favor or opposition, it's just a question that they have. And it says, I'm either in favor or against the bylaw for this email. I'm only looking for the information about proposed meeting on September 6th for the Clearwater project. More specifically, they're looking for more information on the Clearwater Park area structure plan boundary is put forth in the area photo. That was just came.
Okay, we'll try and get some clarity around that from the applicant as well. Alan, do you wish to speak to any of the questions?
Sure.
Thank you.
Pull up the presentation. Yeah.
So the first question, Alvin, was in regards to guarantees around which type of housing will be provided and the diversity around R3 and R4.
Yeah. Through our mayor councilors. The R3 land use district allows for a mix of units, fourplex, triplex, townhouse, or semi-detached. The DCR3, what we did is we added in a discretionary single detached unit within the plan boundary. We've already prepared plans for the whole area, and we do have a lot of variety, a lot of mixed uses. We've got, for instance, in the upper northwest orange area, That area is being planned and plans are being put together for fourplexes that would be arranged on, or that would be put into the site. The one directly to the east of it, which is got a little blue piece on the top. That one has townhouse in 5 and 6plex configurations. The hatched area just directly to the east of the white box, that's the undeveloped part. There are single detached homes in there, and they're in the blue areas and the purple areas. And the area that's hatched in the middle will have a combination of duplex and townhouse, again in 5 and 6 unit configurations. So we've got a pretty good mix of every different type of housing in the R3 district and DCR3 district. Answers the question?
Councillor, any questions to the presenter?
Yes.
The next question was in relation to the HOA for Clearwater and the potential access of non-Clearwater residents.
Yeah, the HOA, Homeowners Association, it will be for the residents of Clearwater Park. The amenity center, however, will have opportunities for drop-in guests from other parts of the city of Chestermere to come in and use the facilities. There will be a fee, of course, for the residents, and they can also come with other residents that live in Clearwater Park. Right now, there will be an encumbrance put on title for each of the people in Clearwater Park West, so that they are the ones that will be ultimately responsible. And then once the directors of the HOA are put in place, then they can make the decisions on how those facilities are administered.
Okay. And then lastly was in regards to the DCRTC site, the types of temporary housing that you might clarify.
I'll try. I do have illustrations, but they're not on the slide, unfortunately. There have been architectural guidelines that have been put in place by Centron for the project. It doesn't matter what type of product it is. All of the houses, whether it be discretionary or permitted, have to follow those architectural design guidelines. So they've commissioned a company that will review every house plan that's submitted. It'll have to be approved for the architectural theme, the styling, the color, before it can be constructed or put in place. So the houses that are discretionary in the DCTC, just because they don't have a basement doesn't mean that they are going to be different. They're going to look just like the houses that will be built within the rest of the development. They're not mobile homes. They are, what's the right word for it? They're manufactured homes, but they're not a mobile home.
Modular.
Yeah, modular. Yeah.
And again, as mentioned previously, council does have the privilege of deciding to approve such homes.
Correct.
Okay. Councillor Vogt?
This may not seem to be a big question, but through the mayor to Alvin. On your property, when you start stripping it and get it all ready, what provisions do you have in place to look after your premises to keep them so they do not become unsightly with weeds?
The question was, during stripping and grading, what measures will you put in place to ensure that it doesn't become unsightly? Would we need some?
Yeah, we are putting erosion control measures in place, which will have to reseed some of the areas, and we'll maintain it through some of the farming operations that we have for stage 2 lands as well. So,
And one thing I don't want to see is a whole lot of, there's a very serious weed that we have in our area, and that's that foxtail barley and saw thistle and things like that. And it's very unsightly, and it creates a problem for our neighbors, farming neighborhood next to you. that wind comes and blows all that stuff further out onto their land, and it creates a problem.
No, we'll absolutely manage it through the development process.
Thank you very much.
Just for the record, this is Jason Velasco, the Senior Vice President of Land for Central.
Thank
you. Good morning.
Thank you.
Council, are there any final questions for the applicant in relation to the rebuttal? Not seeing any. Council, are there any final questions for the administration?
We had 2 comments we'd like to give you.
Good.
If you're willing. The first one is about the planned lots. The map that Elvin showed you that detailed out the blue and the purple, the important thing to note is that is not in the outline plan. So it is not being approved by council with this outline plan. Typically, an outline plan doesn't get down to the level of detail that is in that map. And so that's why we've cautioned that the outline plan itself does not guarantee what he presented will be what they ultimately come forward with. They may choose to change that over time. We know that development doesn't happen overnight. It sometimes takes a couple years or longer, and development visions may change. So that's what our comment is about, is we've seen that level of detail. We support that level of detail, but until the subdivision applications come in, there's no guarantee of that because it's not being approved as part of the outline plan.
As with every outline plan.
Yes.
Correct.
However, our other outline plans probably have a higher variety of land uses in them. So you know that you're going to have more housing typologies by the fact that there's more land uses being utilized within that plan. That makes sense.
Questions, Council? Thank you. Councillor Funk?
To Liz, does that mean that would carry the same as the R3 that's being proposed as well, right? That
Yes.
could be changed as well.
So it all has to be what's allowed within the R3.
Right.
So the R3 has a variety of housing typologies within it. They could potentially come in and say, we're going to just do duplexes throughout. And it's just going to be that, or it's all going to be fourplexes. That's not what their subdivisions are showing, but there is no guarantee about that. So,
But this isn't a subdivision application for that either, so they could change that in the future as well.
yes, they can't change the land use without doing a land use bylaw amendment and an outline plan amendment. So that if it says R3 or DC R3, that's what it has to be. But within those districts, there's a lot of different housing options.
Okay.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. Liz, you indicated that this plan has more detail than typical outline plans do. So are we putting the cart before the horse here in that for residential, because eventually they'll have to come up with a subdivision plan and stuff like that. If we feel there's a lack of the proper type of housing, that's another approval process that comes later.
Yes, for the DCs in particular, but for the R3s, the R3 area, which there's quite a bit of it there, if it's permitted, it's permitted. So if they came in and just said, we're going to do fourplexes everywhere as an example,
Mm-hmm.
and that's permitted, we have a lot less of an ability to require that change because it matches the land use and what is approved in the outline plan.
Okay.
Okay, any other, Councillor Pope?
So if that is to be a commercial area, Liz, why are we leaving it as open as it is?
For the commercial area?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, we were wanting to zone that as commercial with a little residential in it. But if we're going to allow a whole bunch of residential in it, that defeats the purpose of it.
The darker red part cannot have residential in it, just that striped
Okay.
Yeah, in the commercial, it's just that small
Small.
striped area.
Okay.
At one point, there was proposals to have a lot more of it, and it's very limited in that area.
Okay.
And as a DC, that will ultimately come back to council as well.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry.
And
Thank you.
the second point, if
Yes,
I
go
may,
ahead.
we would love to invite Stephen Power up to give a 2-minute high-level overview of what that TIA means from administration's perspective with the High Street area and what those implications are. As he is our expert on that, he can probably articulate that from administration's perspective best, if council is willing.
This is really not form of order, right?
Okay, we don't have to.
You had your time to speak
Yep,
for
nope,
administration.
I understand.
Um, the, just, if Stephen would like to come up and speak to council, that would be fine.
Okay.
Just in order. We were.
Councillor Punk?
I believe in order to do this, we need a vote across the council as to whether or not it can be accepted for him to come and speak, if it's out of order.
Jerry.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I wouldn't recommend it. Not that it's closed, but we've gone through the public presentation. This would be new information that's being brought forward after everybody's had a chance to speak. So if you're going to allow this, then you basically have to go all the way back and have to rebuttal, et cetera, just to make it fair. It's just, fairness of justice is how I look at it, right? So basically it's bringing new information forward. I'm thinking that caution council on doing that, but if you do it, then you need to go back and let everybody else have a chance, including public.
My misunderstanding, no need.
That's okay.
Process.
Okay, so council, just to confirm, are there any final questions for administration before we move on? Seeing none? All right, at this time, I'd like to call for a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Fogt,
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing at this time.
at 10:35, September 6th. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now, as mentioned before, we're going to have a not move forward with this time with the bylaw. We're going to have to table that. Councillor Hanlon?
Yeah, I believe for the public hearing for this item still, we have a resolution before we do the tabling to amend the bylaw, which is, I can make the motion. It's
Sure,
here, I'll
please.
describe. I move that council amend bylaw 021-22 by replacing Schedule B of the bylaw within the bylaw, given the first reading with Exhibit A.1, post first reading, proposal Clearwater Park West outline plan. I believe that's what Liz had suggested, the administration's option.
And is that part of the public hearing, though?
Yeah, it's in the public hearing in eScribe and the proposed motions.
Okay. That's the correct order for that?
Yep.
Okay. All right, did everyone, if you could announce that again, please?
Okay, the council amend bylaw 021-22 by replacing Schedule B of the bylaw given first reading with Exhibit A.1, post first reading dash proposal Clearwater Park West outline plan.
Okay, it still sounds like to me that should be done at the bylaw stage there. That's not true?
I understand through Joel that that works down.
It's during the bylaw, second and third reading, like before that, or is it,
Yeah,
Your turn,
you
Judy.
know this stuff way better than I ever will.
Good morning. So I too take it as the bylaw. So we've had the public hearing, and it's the bylaw that we're going to be amending. If it was the outline plan, if there's anything in the outline plan, which I believe there was one part in the outline plan from Ron that we've added, and I believe Liz, you read it in. I can't remember exactly what it was. If we're going to do that, she's already read that in, so hopefully that piece should be adopted. But as for the bylaw, and everything else that's changed should be in the bylaw set.
Councillor Hanley?
My understanding was this was amending the bylaw from administration's recommendations before it is even considered for second or third reading. So that needed to happen before we go to the UMP thing, because now we would table the bylaw, deal with the UMP, lift from the table and go forward.
And again, I don't disagree. But we're going to table the bylaw, and then you can go and amend the bylaw on second and third reading as well.
Yeah.
This is just to do with the outline plan right now for the public hearing. So how I guess I'm looking at this is, if there's anything you want to amend in the outline plan right now, this is the time to do it. If it's the bylaw, let's do the bylaw stage.
Okay, and the item that, do we have the detail of the item that we're amending that you read in?
That's not the outline plan, that was just information for the presentation.
Okay.
And was that your key policies? Was that not your key policies?
Councillor Funk?
Can we bring this up on screen so everybody can understand what we're doing?
It was never the house, it was just a key change.
So amending the first bylaw is not.
It hasn't. No one amendments to the
First bylaw, perfect. Like it's first reading.
Yeah, and see, I'm going based on what they have inscribed under the public hearing. They have the three motions.
So sorry, did you find out, do we need to amend?
No.
No, we do not, it's just for information, okay.
Okay.
And so just the chair, so the recommended course of action is to table the bylaw right now for third and fourth reading, or second and third reading rather, and then go back to the UMP and then come back and do the amendments to the first bylaw. Okay. Councillor Hanlon?
So, I would have to, because we have a motion on the floor, I would have to withdraw my motion.
Yes.
And now create a new motion to table the bylaw.
Okay. Councillor Hanlon, you with the withdraw?
Okay. So I withdraw my motion.
All in favor? Carried?
And now, council tables bylaw 021-22.
Any questions? Sorry, there's no questions or comments. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're just going to jump back to the staff report for decision I2, which is the UMP amendment on pages 200. Good morning, Mark. Morning. Thank you for your patience. No problem.
Good morning, Council. All my comments are made through the chair to the rest of the council. Today I'm here to present a request for decision on the utility master plan amendment. I do not have a formal presentation PowerPoint, but I will present the information. So just so the public's aware and everybody's aware, the UMP, the utility master plan, looks at the long-term planning of our water and sewer infrastructure to service the population from today, when the report's built, to for 25 years out. As part of that, the last UMP was completed in 2017 by SEMA Plus for the former CUI, no longer exists, Chestermere Utility Inc. This document considers what the population is going to be in 25 years and actually where they think the growth is going to occur and how it's going to happen. you have to make some assumptions when you're putting the infrastructure because they're linear, especially water and sewer. They start from the bottom and go up or around. So in that original UMP, after looking at it, it considered that the Clearwater, formerly known as Mountain View Park, was beyond the 25-year window. So when looking at servicing it, they didn't really consider, they considered it in terms of they need this much area and this much water to come into it, so oversizing the pipes, but it wasn't considered in staging, really. So in late 2020, the city had Clearwater engage SEMA Plus, the original authors of the UMP, to look at the idea of bringing Clearwater forward quicker, or the Mountain View area quicker, and what impact that would have on the UMP. They came up with what would be the triggering, and it really did change the way we service the east side of the city. Looking at that information, along with the infrastructure that we put in the ground to that date. So the report was done in 2016, issued in 2017, the original UMP. We didn't have it in 2017. We didn't have the Rainbow Sanitary Trunk Sewer and all those things. So after carefully reviewing this as the city engineer, utility engineer, there was a lot of advantages to changing the UMP. This goes from everything from costing to staging. Also, as the council is aware, and I've informed them, the odor issues that we've had on Rainbow Road with the sanitary sewer. One of the reasons we're having odor issues is a lack of flow, because we built really big infrastructure to service that whole west side. So one of the solutions that we want to do is to maximize the existing infrastructure quickly as possible. So by changing the flow, instead of the flow from Mountain View going down the east side, going south, and then going west along the bottom of the lake, and then to a new lift station, and building another lift station 13, called lift station 14 actually, and pumping that to the city, we would actually put in a lift station in Clearwater and pump across the lake into lift station 10 and down to 13, thereby maximizing the use of lift station 13, maximizing the use of the RST 13, trunk sewer, which we actually had oversized due to construction issues. When we microtunnel, we'll have to put in bigger. So by doing that, we could solve a bunch of issues that we had. This would also help with the financing for the development industry, as it would help through the offsite levies fund Rainbow Sanitary Trunk, lift station 13, all the issues that we have, not all of them, but quite a few of the issues related to the sanitary. The water, there was no real change other than instead of doing the south water loop that we had planned, we would be doing the north one first. So after looking at this and what SEMA came up with the alternative, we looked at this, we went through the process of updating the municipal development plan, and also the ASP, which was approved previously at the by council. This document supports those other documents. So now this will make it consistent. This is the actual technical document that we use to enforce all the outline plans and subdivision after the fact. So it's important that they are consistent with the higher end documents, the MDP, the ASPs. Now we'll have this, the outline plan will match this. The big change really, I guess, if you want to sum it up, is it puts in a lift station, which was not in the UMP 2009, the one originally. It had a lift station up there. In 2017, they removed it because the CUI was only concerned about their operating costs. They weren't looking at the big picture of the community in a way. Their mandate was try to keep their operating costs low so they can make more money, which is, I think, one of the issues that this council's run into. So this refocuses is a balancing between capital and operating costs. It's a reasonable cost. We'll save a bunch of money downstream. So we're not going to have a twin. The original plan was basically to twin lift station 13 and the Rainbow Sanitary Trunk Sewer on the west side, do that on the east side, build another exact identical. And this council has directed us to not follow that same path, so we're not. So this document is consistent with that. So we're looking for council to accept this for not just for information, but make a decision, because this will be the basis of our offsite levies. So this goes right to the offsite levies. And I believe it was, I think, the second or third council meeting I was with this council, you guys asking the question, when do we get input into some of these bigger capital projects? Like we come down with capital projects and they come out of the UMP. We say, well, here it is. This is what we have to build. We go, well, where do I get the decision? Why are these happening? Or this is why it's happening. So this document, and it's attached to the package, outlines exactly why the technical, it's pretty technical. So if you need any technical questions answered, I can go into those. But fundamentally, I believe it's in the best interest of Chestermere with the development proposed because of the timelines, and it will recover the cost. It will assist us with some of the odor issues that we're having on the west side by increasing the flow, getting more flow down there, getting rid of some of the buildup. It helps out with the development industry on the east, on the west and east side, actually, by having more people sharing in that infrastructure that's already in the ground. So the financial implementation of this, there really is, the taxpayers will not be paying directly for this. The water line is an offsite levy project, so it'll be going through the development industry, covered through the offsite levy process. The sewer line and the lift station will be done through what we call an endeavor to assist. The developer will put all the money in, build that, and it's recovered by whoever ties and benefits from tying into that infrastructure. So there will be no tax dollars on that other than the offsite levy capital projects for water. But the developer has agreed to front end that in there through the process that we've gone through. So it is my recommendation as the city's utility engineer that we accept the UMP amendment to be consistent with the goals and values of the community. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Mark. Councilor, are there any questions for Mark? Councilor Dean?
Sorry, one thing that I'm confused, and I think I'm frustrated, but I don't know if I know enough yet to be frustrated by this.
Okay.
So did I hear this correctly? That in 2017, when this report, 2016 report comes out in 2017, there was a thought that this project wouldn't happen for 25 years? Even though in 2009 there was a lift station planned, and in 2010 there was a plan. Now, ultimately, that plan has changed, and I think I heard everything correctly so far because I see a lot of nodding, so that's making me feel good right now. But in 2017, it was determined that this development wasn't going to happen for 25 years. Did I miss something?
I guess you're absolutely correct in a way. The engineer at the time and the people decided where the growth would occur. We have population projections that I bring forward every year with the offsite levies, and then they plan where that's going to happen. So they plan that most of that would happen on the west side. So we say we're going to grow originally they thought they were going to grow in the next 25 years, 25,000 people. They thought most of it would happen on the west side and on the south. And then the east side wouldn't happen later until much later, right? And that was the assumption of the day. Right or wrong, you have to make assumptions, right? So when we get an application from Clearwater and they look at the idea of building I think it was a $50 million or $30 million trunk sewer and new lift station 13, it just made this whole east side not developable. Unless you did, and even because you had to stage it up. And I think that's where the assumption kind of fell off the rails. They thought they could save an operating cost by not removing one lift station by doing this. But then it really limited where the growth could occur. So one of the things that the good UMPs do, it tries to give you as much flexibility as you can under reasonable cost estimates. Right? So it's a balancing act. But yes, you are correct. They did not believe that Clearwater would happen for over 25 years.
Well,
Okay, cool. Are there any further questions for Mark, Council? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, Mark, to further that point, is without Clearwater, like then, other things on the east side do not happen, like the east acreages type of thing becomes more problematic. Further development becomes more problematic. This actually allows the east side of the city to open up.
Absolutely. This will happen with the new, so we are planning to bring forward to council under the budget process for next year, a new UMP update for 2023. But one of the things that this will do ultimately, if you take 6 quarter sections off the top of your system, you've already shrunken the pipe that goes up there by 2 pipe sizes. And we're probably 4 meters shallower. And so instead of being 11 meters deep, we're 7 meters deep at the beginning. So that's huge dollars in cost. So all of a sudden, that changes the whole dynamic of the east side, bottom east side, from basically south of the Highway 1A, or Highway 1, south, and all the way to East Webster.
Councillor Dean?
Sorry to follow up through the mayor to the presenter. Is there anything else along these kind of lines that this council should be, because I'm sure it's coming across that I'm shocked that the decision was made in 2016, 2017 that Clearwater was not going to happen for 25 years. Like I find that surprising. And so I don't know if this is a fair question, and I'm totally okay with you saying, sorry, council, that's not a fair question. I don't have an answer. That I will take no offense to that. But is there other items, like Councillor Hanley is speaking about lease acreages now, is there other things like this? Because I guess for me, what I'm wrestling with is this, I guess it's a question or a comment. I guess what I'm wrestling with is during our short time on council, we've seen a number of amendments that end up getting made to projects that are going or we're about to do this year. I'm surprised that decision was made. But I'm also wondering, is there anything else like that that this council should be aware of that's maybe limiting us for future growth? Because would it not cost a lot more money to redo it?
So that's a really difficult question.
Yes, it's that. I totally, like, you could say, Councilor, I don't have the answer to that. I will not take offense.
But I guess what I can say to this is we are bringing forward in a systematic way updating our master plans. So we are bringing, this year you guys approve, or the council approved the transportation master plan. So that's number one. Next year is the UMP master plan. So we are bringing them systematically because growth has changed. Where it's growing, the whole economics of the area have changed and what Chestermere's vision was. The whole Webster, there's all the industrial land, your whole vision of this community and what the community wants. We heard today from the public about concerns about mixed-use communities and stuff. All those things are being taken into consideration when we do the master plans and the planning documents that our planners do. We have to be consistent. So we've made a big change, a little change, but a big change in the MDP. It kind of outlines that we want to be consistent. We're still consistent with the original one that said we want to minimize how much infrastructure we put in, right? But how we look at it, the vision is different through the different lens. So to your question, is there some of us? Probably, but we'll get into those with each of those, the transportation master plan, the utility master plan, or when a proponent comes forward with a different vision. We had some discussions earlier this year and probably later today about East acreages, and we talked about Paradise Meadows and the North acreages. So those could have a total different impact on these things. So those are great conversations to have before we rewrite the UMPs, right? So it's important that we have it processed, and that's why we waited a year on the UMP. It's because we knew we were having those conversations about East acreages and on those other areas.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mark. With that, we've got to move on here. But if I can get a motion to accept the recommendation as amended. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I move that council amends the City of Chestermere Utility Master Plan of 2017 where applicable with the Utility Master Plan Amendment dated January 22nd, 2021.
Are there any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mark.
And harder.
Sorry. Okay. So with that, let's move back to the bylaw. K1. You have the full recommended actions, right?
Yeah, can I
Councillor Hanley?
move that council lift from the table, where is it? Bylaw 021-22.
Okay, all in favor?
Do we wait for a minute?
I was gonna say, do we need him? Back?
I don't believe it has to be unanimous.
Okay.
Just, it doesn't need to be unanimous, so. And we can take a quick recess, sure.
Sorry.
All right, with that, we'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you very much. you again for your patience, and we're coming back out of recess. With that, we're looking now to continue the motion that was placed on the deck by Councillor Hanley. If I could get Councillor Hanley to restate the motion.
I move that council lift from the table bylaw 021-22.
Okay, so we're moving on to K1, the proposed Clearwater West Outline Plan Land Use Bylaw, second and third reading. All in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much. So we aren't looking for a presentation on this. I'll be proposing a motion to move this forward. The council gives second reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended by replacing Schedule B with Exhibit A1, being a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater West Outline Plan. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Moving to the third reading is the council give a motion that council gives third reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended by replacing Schedule B with Exhibit A1, being a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater West Outline Plan. Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on to our last item under this bylaw is I'll ask for a motion for motion 2, which is item B, the amendment of the land use map and land use bylaw. Councillor Hanley?
I move that council, I'm sorry, confused here. Third reading. Perhaps it's just admin or legislative service can help. Because we've done third reading, what do we have to do now where we amend the land use map of the bylaw and use bylaw 022-10 as amended in accordance with the map of Schedule A of bylaw 021-22?
Liz, go ahead.
Are you trying to amend the land use bylaw map now? Just for point of clarity.
Yeah, I believe.
Just as a point of order, does that need to be read into the second and third reading?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
You just amended.
Say that again.
So that was part of the bylaw, which you've already amended.
Do we need to read that into the second and third readings? Or was included as amended?
Okay, so I'm going to confuse it here because I can't see it on my screen. So the motion that should have been presented was motion that the council gives third reading, or basically you can go back to second, but the council gives third reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended, being a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan and amend the land use map of the land use bylaw 0-22-10 as amended in accordance with the map of Schedule A of bylaw 021-22.
So we should have read that into the second and third reading.
Yes, please. So I missed that.
Okay.
I can't see it on my screen.
So we need to rescind
First, go back to
third.
rescind third and second.
Rescind
Go back
second.
To read this as a second and third.
Okay, no, that's good. Let's do it properly. All right, thank you. All right, if I can ask for a motion to rescind the third reading, is that correct?
Second and third.
Second and third reading at once, okay. Councillor Hanlon?
I move the council rescind second and third reading of bylaw 021-22.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried?
Okay.
I'll All right, I'll provide the second motion again. The council give a second reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended by replacing Schedule B with Exhibit A1, being a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan, Exhibit A1, and amend the land use map and the land use bylaw 022-10 as amended in accordance with the map on Schedule A of bylaw 021-22. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Just to move to third reading, I request the council provide a motion. The council gives second and third reading to bylaw 021-22 as amended by replacing Schedule B with Exhibit A1, being a bylaw to adopt the Clearwater Park West Outline Plan, Exhibit A1, and amend the land use map of the land use bylaw 022-10 as amended in accordance with the map on Schedule A of bylaw 021-22. Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. That concludes the portion of bylaw 0 K1, our bylaw. So with that, we're just going to jump around. We've got some presenters that are needed to be called elsewhere, so I'm just going to jump through that into staff reports for information. Thank you, gentlemen. Staff reports for information, which is our fire level of service. So a presentation by Jamie, which I know has to get going.
His first presentation is fire chief.
This is page 156.
I thought we were like on the same team. Morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me in.
Thank you. Sorry for the delays.
You know what? I couldn't be more happy to sit through all that, actually. All that information. I think
a lot of information.
I missed, I wasn't here in time to go through all the circulation documents on that, so that was a really good catch up on what that might look like. So for me anyways, that was fantastic. So today we're here to, are we all set?
Yes.
Today we're here to talk about levels of service, and I think like a lot of what's been said so far, we're doing some catch up. So at the fire service, we're trying to look at how things were done and look at where we're going and try to work with council and prepare the fire department to meet some of these challenges. And so as we look at developments, that's why I said it was such a great time to see that and to see what that's going to look like and to think of all those challenges that we have to get through. As we get through to getting up to those challenges, we also have to look back a little bit. And so this document is something that I just wanted to put up there and talk about the different pieces and the responsibilities that go with those pieces, right? So the start is just a little bit about what I'll be coming to council for over the next 3 or 4 sessions, however many you allow me, and things that happen after these pieces get done. And so the fire service responsibilities, you can see at the top, Mayor and Council and Administration. So you have a bylaw. Your bylaw was updated in 2019 here in the city of Chestermere. It's a good bylaw. There's lots of important information in there. Today we'll talk about levels of service. So this is key so that you tell us what kind of levels of service that you want. You get to ask a whole bunch of questions about it so that you've got all the background information. And then that lets us start to move into our policies, right? So how the fire service is run and the way that we run the fire service. Below that line, recruitment and retention. So recruitment and retention is all about how do we get firefighters? How do we keep firefighters? How do we make the firefighters want to be firefighters in the city of Chestermere? Below that line, we talk about, and now this is the fire chief, the fire department, all the first responders. It's kind of where we kick in, right? So there's the stuff on the top. Council, administration, you're in charge of all those things. On the bottom, that's what you pay us to be in charge of, right? So standard operating guidelines, training plans, maintenance, all the different strategies, cancer reduction strategy, mental health program, and all of those things. And so we struggle a little bit right now with the bottom because some of the pieces are not in place on the top, right? So we've never had a clear direction about the levels of service, right?
there was no policies. So they've now been written, and we're bringing them to you to have a look, let you ask us a bunch of questions. Certainly, I'm not going to ask you to, on my first day in here, say, yeah, that's what we want, right? So this is to open up that discussion to say, here's what we think that City of Chestermere challenges are, and here's how the fire department can help. Let you ask me some questions, I'll go away, we'll come back another time, and we'll start to move it forward, right? So we've got what we'll call the plan for 2025, right? So how we're trying to take the fire service to meet today's challenges and to grow for the future. That'll be the next presentation we do. This one allows us to start setting some building blocks so that on the bottom side of that line, you can see that blue arrow talks about staffing, budgets, right? So capital and operating, they start to link together. And so budget's 100% yours to decide and let us know, but I need you to know that in the fire service, it's very linked with the bottom stuff that I'm in charge of. All right, and so we start to build those blocks together, right? What do you want us to go to? What kind of calls? A lot of times people would say, well, that's simple. Go to fires, go to medical calls and do what you do. It's much more complex than that. We've tried to group them into areas that will help you understand what we're asking you to do so that we get some clear direction from council so that we're doing the right things. We're doing what you want us to do. You also have to understand that you know much more about the community of Chestermere than each department knows, right? You're looking at plans for developing City of Chestermere. You're looking at how you're keeping up with the infrastructure. You're looking at the transportation we're talking about. And so you know that stuff and see that stuff sometimes before we do. And so in our levels of service, it helps to link together. You know, a good example might be if we're developing a community where the roads are going to get smaller, guess whose trucks got to get smaller, right? If we're developing a community where the buildings start to get taller, guess whose trucks better be able to reach taller buildings. And so we link up together there in levels of service. So if you go to the next one, Willie, please. So levels of service for us, we broke them down as small as we could into chunks that make sense. I didn't want to go too granular, but I also wanted you to understand that there's a lot more than just putting out fires at the fire service, right? One of our biggest calls for service from the public is medical calls, for example. And in a few weeks, I'll be back and we'll talk about that at greater length, all of the things surrounding medical. I also wanted it to be clear that we have some contractual obligations. So we've signed agreements with Rocky View County, for example, to meet up and do some of their calls in the areas surrounding the City of Chestermere. Is that a bomb, or are we gonna?
As long as it's not a fire alarm.
Are we still okay?
It's turning to coming back.
Okay. And so as we look at the different levels, you'll see some of them are highlighted, right? So they're places where we don't have the correct training or the correct equipment to address those concerns inside the community currently. So when we look at these levels of service, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm not trying to, hey, if they say yes to this, I'm going to get a bunch of money. The blue arrow from that first slide for me is very much a discussion piece. We tell you the challenges, we tell you what it's going to cost, and then you say yes or no, and we talk about that, right? So when we look at staffing, for example, right, you can hire a firefighter, it costs X amount of dollars per year, but yes, you have to look at all the costs. We have to train them, we have to equip them, right? We have to make sure we have the trucks to carry them. And so no cost is singular away from that. And that blue arrow just really represents the entire cost and discussion. If we're gonna go up by one firefighter, it's not one firefighter, it's four, because we have 4 shifts, all right? So it's being clear about all of those expectations. So in the levels of service, we talk about fires, and there's your fires that we're all used to, and we all know about house fires, car fires, could be industrial type fires. You could have anything from a garbage bin to a regular car to a semi to, right, from small houses, multi-unit houses. So 6 seems to be a number that's out there being built right now. So all of those fire pieces have to fit into there. Medical, we have a program called the MFR, so we're in conjunction with AHS. We say that the city of Chestermere Fire Service will do these levels of calls. And I'm not gonna go too deep into that because we're gonna talk about that later. There's 3,200 different types of calls that we can pick from. And so, yeah, AHS. So we go through and we say, hey, here's 240 different kinds of call types that we could help out with, right? And they move it up and down based on the different things that happen in the city, right? So that agreement is in place. Then we look at things like dangerous goods or hazardous materials, right? In the city of Chestermere, there isn't that much of it. We have gas, we have diesel, we have propane. We have 2 ammonia plants at the rec center that are in our city boundaries that are concerns in the hazardous material or dangerous goods world. So we need to make sure that when things happen inside the city, we can handle that. Not to outrageous levels. You're not going to see people here walking around in the moon suits, right? The $3,800 piece moon suits and things like that. But we do have to be able to move to a level so that if the RCMP go to drug hubs, we can support them in those efforts. If there's an ammonia leak at the rec center, we can support them in what's going on with that. If there's a fuel leak, when they're unloading fuel into any of the gas stations or the propane locations. So we have to still be prepared, but at a level that makes sense, right? And so for us, I guess you could kind of say like there's basic, moderate, advanced. In firefighting, it would be advanced. There's not too many fires, there's no fires here that we couldn't handle in action. Some would take longer than others, some would be more dangerous than others, but we're a fire service that's ready to do that. Versus like hazardous materials, we would be more of an operations level or moderate, medium level. We have to base it on the things that are actually going to happen in the city of Chestermere. We go down to the specialties. You have a unique feature right in the center of the city with the lake. And so there's water rescue hazards, ice rescue. You've got storm retention ponds throughout the community, which are beautiful. You can walk around them, you can enjoy them. There's all of these things that are good about them. They handle the water, but then there's always the scary side of life, right? And you have to remember when you're talking to a fire chief that I'm the guy that sits in a restaurant so I can see the door. I'm the guy that checks into a hotel and makes sure that all the exits are free and clear so I can get out. I hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. And that's my life. That's what I do every single day. So I have to be careful to not come here and scare you to the level that I live my life, but to help you understand why we want to have some of these levels and why we want direction from you to say, yeah, it's important to us that if there's a problem in the lake, that you can access the lake and handle that. It's important to us if there's a huge fuel spill at the Petro-Canada by Tim Hortons, that we can action it and do something before it gets into the lake or into our communities. So those are the things we're talking about. Then you look at this list and you say, well, there's some unique pieces, right? The airport. It's not in the city of Chestermere. Why do we care? You all live here, you all go out on your deck, look up. 100 and some times a day as planes fly over us, right? Coming into the airport, leaving the airport. So we're kind of part of that master plan for the Calgary Airport. We also have a small airport next door. And if you look out into the sky at the right time during the year, you can see crop sprayers. You can see helicopters spraying. They did the mosquito one not that long ago. And so we have aircraft. We have them flying around, around, and we have to be prepared for that. Now, we're going to prepare at the minimum level. I'm not here to ask you for a $5 million ARF truck, but I am here to say, hey, we might have to, invest a couple $1,000s in training so that we understand the risks of aircraft and how we're going to use the equipment that we do have to help with a small plane that crashes in a field or a helicopter that has a hard land. And then there's all the pieces that no one really likes to talk to or think about, but are a big part of our day as well, right? So prevention. Whether we're in the schools talking about fire prevention or the public is coming to the fire hall to look at our trucks and talk about smoke detectors or fire extinguishers, those are all parts, key pieces. We just started tracking it in July, but we had 5,600 interactions with residents here in the city over the summertime. So we did the spray parks, we did the Freezy campaigns, We were out on the boat talking to different people. And so for us, we were super excited that that number was 20% of the residents we got to interact with over the summertime. They're not all residents, some are visitors as well. But to get out there and interact at that level, we always say every person we talk to could be one less person we have to go help in an emergency situation. So we got to add all of that stuff in. And then we're run by what's called the quality management plan. So this is another agreement that we make with the Alberta government to say, here's how many buildings we're going to inspect. This is why we're going to inspect them. This is how we're going to handle complaints, right, that people have about different buildings. And so that's another thing that we kind of decide when we sign the agreement, right? And so the current one still has a couple of years left in it. We won't be back to talk to you about that. But I also want you to know that it's there and you can ask questions about it. And we can go back and amend it anytime. So if it became so burdensome that we didn't want to handle it, or you had some questions about it, we could certainly open that up with the government of Alberta, the Safety Coast Council, and say, this is what we want to talk about. Am I making sense so far? All right, so we go to the next one. Thanks. I just wanted to give you, the next two slides are really just some ideas of the policies we're talking about. So the last one was levels of service that we're trying to do. This one is some of the policies we might get. And we'll break our policies into 5 sections. Administration, right? So all the paperwork stuff. Operations, they jump on the truck and go do their work. Health and safety, which we are impacted by greatly, right? We're impacted by OH&S so much that we have our own special section in the Occupational Health and Safety Act that tells us what we have to do. And so if you think back to that first slide, that blue arrow, that's where it can get tricky, right? So I'll come and say, hey, we have to have this personal protective equipment and it costs whatever it is, $17,000 per firefighter. And you might say, wow, that's pretty excessive. I want to talk about that and let's dig into that. And you have to remember that I didn't just make that up, right? Occupational Health and Safety says we have to have certain things. And then we're working through our union agreement as well, which has amendments about certain personal protective equipment that firefighters might have. So there's very little in that section that just comes out of my brain. It's pretty well given to us, right? We figure out how we're going to follow it. We figure out how we're going to afford it. We figure out how it fits into our levels of service. So you can see there that in the administration section, and I assume or I hope that you've got all of the policies. We sent it out to you. Some of the sections are 130 some pages, so you might not read it all, but there's a lot there that we have to go with, and so we have all of the City of Chestermere policies that we have to follow, and then we also have some, and these are the specific ones to the Chestermere Fire Service. So it talks about the job descriptions in this section, how we handle information, the quality management plan, emergency service awards, right? So kind of the day-to-day administrative, let's call it probably boring for you to listen to type policies. And then there's all the other sections. So I got the health and safety. We also have one on training. We're very highly regulated and legislated on our training. And then infrastructure. And so infrastructure is always one that's the nearest and dearest to council because it costs the most. All right, so we talk about fire halls, we talk about trucks, PPE. All of these things cost a substantial amount of money. And every time I'm in front of the council talking about it, it's like, that stuff's expensive, right? I don't set the prices. If I did, they would be a lot lower, right? But again, for me to come here and make sure that I'm clear about the levels of service so that we can line up our policies, and then our group can build standard operating guidelines that follow those policies and those levels of service, which is how we can make sure we don't get in trouble from occupational health and safety, we don't get anybody hurt. And we can provide, the best service that we can for our residents and our visitors within the confines of what we can afford, right? We can't always afford the gold star. So if we can't afford the gold star, what can we afford? And then how can our levels of service line up with what the city can afford to do? Okay. So that's those 2 pages, or the next one there too. We'll just bust through it, but it's just kind of the contents of section 1 of the policy manual. There was no way I thought you wanted to cruise through all of the policy manual here today, so No. You think planning has a lot of acronyms? You should check us out. We've got a lot too. So I'm trying to make sure that we get through this, and that each time I come back builds on the last time, so that you start to understand what your fire service is all about and how you're going to build the fire service here in the city, right? One thing I don't want to leave here without you understanding is that as the city grows, obviously the fire service needs to grow. So, when we drive through Chelsea, we have concerns of the things that we see, just like you do when you're looking through the plans and you're asking about things that are built. We have those same concerns. Nothing that can't be overcome, nothing that can't be figured out. But, again, back to if the roads get skinnier, so do the fire trucks, right? And so your planning that you're doing as a city affects all the different groups inside of that city. So we're just trying to catch up on some of that, I would say, to be fair, and then to get ready for the growth and the move forward pieces. On the next slide is just talking about the different pieces that we've got to figure out, right? And so we've got a lot of plans. We have plans for all of this. I didn't come here today to dump a billion plans on you, but to just get you ready for, these are the things we want to ask you as a council to help us out with. So the different type of apparatus we have one fire station now. I don't think it's a secret to anybody in the city of Chestermere that we're looking for a site for a second fire station as the city grows and the numbers grow. Personal protective equipment. I can remember when I first started 30 some odd years ago, I would say that our personal protective equipment probably cost us $500 or $600 a person. And it's growing to that, $17,000, $18,000 level. And so as we take more things on, we also have to make sure that we look at all 5 of those things: the administration of it, the operations of it, health and safety, training, and infrastructure pieces. So when we come to you with asks, we're going to be talking about all 5 of those core pieces and bringing them together for you, so you understand kind of the complexity of the ask. Right? It's not just, hey, can I have $1 million for a fire truck? That'd be awesome. All in favor? If you want to do it that way, I'm in. You let me know. But I would say that most of the time we need a deep explanation of where we're at and where we're going. So we look at self-contained breathing apparatus. That's just the air tanks we wear on our back. Those are about $15,000 a pop right now. Right? We have 60 of those units as an example of costs, right? So a lot of the things we have, it's big costs. Heavy rescue equipment, aquatic stuff. So the boats, the Sea-Doo are 2 pieces of it, but then all of the suits we wear and all the aquatic rescue equipment, hazardous materials. So I said we're not going to be buying the $3,800 suits. At that time, I left out that we probably would be buying $1,100 suits. So it's still not cheap, right? And then training. How we get training done and the props we need. And, as part of the second hall, we'll be hopefully trying to get some kind of small training facility built. On the other side, talks about where we figure this out. And this is why you're so key to this process, is the levels of service, policies, right? Standard operating guidelines, OH&S, Alberta Transportation. We take some of OH&S, sends us over to the National Fire Protection Association. International Fire Services Training Association. Fire Underwriters Canada is a unique case. So they set the insurance rating for 85% of Canada. And so for every building and every house in the city of Chestermere, the Fire Underwriters Canada sets the grading, sets the cost for all of that insurance. All right. And so that's one of the big pressures on the city, is to provide a fire service level where people can get cheaper insurance. Right? So if we're not on the exact right piece, the fire service isn't in the right place, your fire insurance could be very, very high. Right? So basically protected versus unprotected, and then which level of protected. Right? So we have a very good level of protection here in the city of Chestermere. We have a full-time fire service staff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which helps with some of those costs. So when we look at levels of service, we want to make sure that we're thinking about all of those, right? If I asked everybody in here to pay an extra $150 a year on their taxes, we all know what happens next. If I came back to you and said, hey, you're going to have to pay $400 a year on your insurance, you can imagine the same thing is gonna happen multiplied out. So I don't know why, but the Fire Underwriters Canada insurance has a big piece to play in what fire services do. Then there's manufacturer's recommendations, so OH&S makes us follow everything that they say, right? So they might say follow NFPA, right? Which becomes expensive. NFPA, the National Fire Protection Association, is the gold star. If you had unlimited money, unlimited, everything, you'd follow NFPA. We don't have that. So we have to say which pieces can we follow, which pieces don't we follow, and then put that together with our budgets, right? So our capital, our operating, and our staffing levels, right? Currently, if we were to go with the NFPA standard, we would need 3 times the staff every single shift of every single day, right? So obviously, we're not following NFPA, but where do we go? So between 3 times as much and where we are today, as the city grows, where do we fit? And this is a discussion that I have to have with you, all of you, to say, where are you comfortable? Where is the price break? Where is the responsibility break, the liability break between what the city can afford and the challenges that are before us? To the question part.
Council, thank you very much, Jamie. That was great. Council, do you have any questions for Jamie? Councillor Punk?
Through the mayor to Jamie. You were mentioning the underwriters' information and data as to the insurance level of service. Is that presented to council, or can it be?
It for sure can be. It was just updated in 2020, so you have a pretty new one. Sometimes they can be 10 or 20 years old, so we can certainly add that to the huge list of things that I want to talk to you about moving forward. And the actual report even, it's no problem. I can send that off, and they can send that out to you for that's something to read, something to understand, for sure.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Maybe not the whole, just
they send like 3 pages.
A condensed
Close notes.
Councillor Hanley? Yeah, I would, in addition to Councillor Funk's request, if you could show us the history, how Chestermere has grown and how that indicator has declined over insurance rates have increased towards residents, so we can make some better correlations as well.
100%, yeah. We got all of those master plans done over the last couple of years. There was a bare master plan and then an internal that turned into an external, just turned back into an internal. So we can, get you that information as well. At the end of the day, I think it's a catch-up piece, right? Some of you are new, some of you are returning, and so it's just trying to get everybody on the same fire service page so you can understand, the challenges that we're trying to face and the things that we're trying to figure out. And some of the things I understand probably should have been figured out already. I shouldn't be here talking to you about levels of service and policies, but it is what it is. I'm here to talk to you about those because we do have to put those into place before we can have our standard operating guidelines and our training plans, which we're required to have.
Councillor Hanley?
I guess, in addition, Jamie, I remember Councillor Dean had indicated, like, for off-site levies to include, like, libraries, firehouse station, things of that nature, as different scenarios. Is part of this plan going to be looking at where is the ideal site for the second one? What sort of time frame and how should we do the staging? Because eventually we do have to grow it, and you can't snap your fingers and it happens overnight. You know that as well as I do. So in this process, are we going to be, not only establishing the levels of service, but setting out that plan forward?
100%. So the next time I come, we're going to talk about 2025, which is, our internal vision for what this could look like. It's an aggressive plan. It's an aggressive timeline. Some of that's based on the fact that we're fighting for behind, right? Some of that is that there's a lot of development and growth in the community that we're all trying to deal with every single day. And I think that's kind of the first time where we'll really start to look at where are we behind and what is it going to cost. I won't scare you with the millions today, but we'll definitely get a chance to talk about that. As far as like where it would go and how it would cover the city, they've been great. Everybody in the city's been great about helping us with those plans. So those documents will be available to you, travel times, right, locations, as they develop. You know how fast the development's happening around here. So we're keeping up just like you, trying to figure out where could we get some land? What land does the city already own? What are we going to get from different developers as they develop sections of the city? So where can we get some land? I don't want to say for free, but for a lot cheaper than buying it from a developer. And so we're really having some great talks with Joel about that, about where that could be and what that looks like, and then matching that up to the things that regulate us. Right. So if we have to be able to get there in 7 minutes, where does that put us on the city map? How does that work together with the infrastructure, the roads, right? As you change Rainbow, as you change 284, what does that look like for the fire service and those pieces? They all have to fly together. I would tell you there's not a day that goes by that I'm not having a meeting with somebody in the city about what the 2025 plan looks like.
Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to Jamie, I'm just wondering, your statement about planning for the worst caught my attention. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. I'm asking you to kind of look in your crystal ball here as the fire chief. Based on the level of development, a large part of the meeting today was a significant development that's coming to Chestermere. How urgent is the need for a fire hall? And secondly, what level of service, at what point do we start worrying about the levels of service that we're able to provide with the levels of growth that are happening in Chestermere right now?
Yeah, we don't really panic, so I won't say we're hitting the panic button, but it's urgent. We need to be talking about it. It's why I'm trying to get in here once a week or every second week to try and catch us up to what's going on. With if you drive down 284 and you go south and you look out to the dirt that's being moved, and what that dirt being moved equates to neighborhoods and to houses, and you start to look at the circulation sheets for all the different building types that are going through. I have to be careful because I don't know what everyone gets to see, right? It comes in phases as it gets approved. But the more doors that you see in a smaller section of the map, the more dangerous it is if that building's on fire. So let's talk about apartment buildings. If we're looking at a 5-story apartment building with 200 doors inside of it, which probably equates to just shy of 1,000 people living there, that it's a concern to us that we have to be ready to address. All right. If we look at a neighborhood that has, the potential for 5, 6, 7,000 people to move into it, that's an urgent thing that we have to address. And so I will tell you right now, I feel like we're fighting from behind. We're not staffed up where we need to be. We're behind on trucks. And some of the infrastructure. And so when you're fighting from behind, you worry, you fear for the firefighter safety. And so I would say that I'm not panicked, but I do believe that it's urgent that we continue to have these discussions and find the right location and figure out all the pieces that go with that. Remember I said I wasn't going to scare you with the millions, and I'm going to stick to that, but we have to remember that we're in those categories, right? We're in the big dollars, and it is urgent that we work on it. Again, why we call it the 2025 plan. If you think about getting some land, making a plan, securing the funding, and building a facility by 2025, we'd be right up there with panic. We'd be moving from urgent to, right? And again, I understand that that's aggressive, but we are trying to help everyone understand how urgent it is that we move things ahead.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, to the presenter, over the summer again had awesome opportunity to interact with the fire department, both responding to emergencies and spray park. And so thanks for that. It was fantastic. And so 2 questions. One, I had opportunity to speak with the firefighters about the AFRAX system and the personal ones now that they're carrying. So I wonder if you could just give an update to council so that all of council could just hear an update on that, because I understand from the firefighters that that's been very good. And has been super positive in the fact that they can actually hear each other and communicate now, including inside the cement buildings was one of the stories that they had told me about during the emergency. So I think an update to all council on that would be great. And then with that update, when are they going to be installed on the trucks as well? That system, when does it go onto the trucks?
Okay. So thanks for that. That's a $420,000 capital project that It's not in the millions yet, but it's expensive. But it's probably one of the biggest leaps forward for firefighter safety that the city's had in the last 10 years. And so being able to communicate in a high stress environment is critical for the work that we do. And the old radio system was failing that job. And so you were able to fund us and you were able to get the radios. So the AFRAC system is just the Alberta First Responders radio system. We're hooked up to that now. So it's a very clean digital connection. So instead of an analog signal that might be between 1 and 5 in quality, a digital system works or doesn't. So when it works, it's always a 5 in quality. So it's just like us talking right now. If it doesn't work, then it's a 0. And you know very well, your radio beeps at you to say you have a 0. You're not talking to anybody. Stop acting like you are. And so that gives our firefighters the ability to know that their transmission is getting through, or it's absolutely not. And so all the handhelds are in. The trucks, I think that we get next week, but I actually believe that this Wednesday we're going to start putting them in. And so it's a supply chain issue that everyone in the world's doing, but we're not immune to that. So obviously we'll start with the highest priority trucks. So the ones that we use the most, they're going to be here all day Wednesday. That's tomorrow, wow, already. So they're going to be here tomorrow, starting on those high priority trucks. So our engine and our aerial should have those by tomorrow. And then as they come in, just get the rest of it. So, yeah, I really don't think that there's anything council could have done. It would have been a bigger piece to firefighter safety than those radios. And so we're happy to have them. We're happy they're going in. And that process will be complete, I hope, by the end of September. There should be no reason for it not to be complete.
Great. Councillor Hanley?
Yeah. I just personally like to thank you, Jamie, for, earlier this year of escalating the issues with the fire department. Right? We've been sort of lagging behind on the safety, and residents do deserve to feel safe at home, safe in their streets, safe from crime, safe from fire. And commend you for bringing those issues. And I think you've impressed upon all of us the urgency.
Yeah, thanks. I think it wouldn't be right to not just take a second and remember the folks in Oakmere Cove that lost their lives. And I think some of those types of fires are probably what drives the discussion a lot more than me being up here at the front. So you're right. We got to give the city of Chestermere residents the best that we can. But there's a lot of factors in that. And that's part of why I was here today, to say that, it's not, we can't just be writing a bunch of blank checks and doing what we got, but we do have to figure out how this looks and how we can do this, and make it make sense, not just the money, but all that we don't have.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate you always coming up and giving us a presentation.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
We'll see you again soon.
Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, I was going to move that council accept the fire level service presentation as information.
All in favor? Carried. With that, if we could move to, I know that we've got another consultant, Liz, that is ready to move on to another important project. If she could come forward for our East Acreage survey results presentation. And then after this, we'll break for lunch. Hi, good morning.
Good morning again. Thank you so much. I double booked an appointment with my son's pediatric GI 6 months ago. So I appreciate making sure I can get to that. I'm here now to talk about the East Acreages. I don't have a formal presentation. I will ask if we can pull up the...
It's on pages 165.
In particular, I want to see the map, if possible. It's at the end of the report.
169 of the agenda package.
And I have Mark with us as well to answer any technical questions, and Joel and Jordan are here as well. I'll get started while that's being pulled up, if that's all right with everybody. Administration has brought forward the East Acreage Area Structure Plan and ongoing East Acreage project numerous times with previous councils and with the council, with you guys. And so we're looking with council to go over today the results of the survey. We have through a combination of mailing to everybody, hard copies, emails to everyone we have. We've also followed up with everybody who had not responded via phone for those that we had phone numbers for. We even got phone numbers from one of the residents who had a bunch of phone numbers to supplement ours. So we didn't get 100% coverage on the phone calls, but we did pretty good on getting that additional phone call out. So on page 166, I'm going to draw your attention to the results of that survey once we've called everybody, and also including the actual responses we got to the original survey. Of the landowners, 21 have indicated a desire to see an urban or higher density. 1 or 2 acre subdivisions was indicated by an additional 21. Keep as is 5. Undecided is 1, and no response from 18. Now, we do have a resident here today who has indicated that they would like to change their 1 or 2 acre subdivision response to an urban higher density. So that would bring that up to 22 instead of 21. On the map, you can see the responses that we've been able to get. You'll be able to see everyone that was phoned and or emailed or mailed the survey who did not respond has a red line through their property. There is one undecided, which you'll see is a large piece that is in gray. And then you'll see the purple for the urban higher density, the 22 that we have for that with today's verbal update. The orange is the 1 to 2 acre, which has 20 with today's verbal update. And then the other ones were the keep as is. So the second part of the presentation today or discussion today is the request to go over what needs to be done. When council kind of gives us a direction on where to go based on the review of the survey results, the water study must be completed. I can tell you that the water study is underway. Private landowner has initiated it. We are not, as the city, part of that contract, so we are not controlling timelines. We just know it's underway. Because it is the company that does most of our water modeling, which, again, if we get into details, Mark is here. We have been told that it'll probably be done in October and finished up. And so that one is underway. Once that water study is complete and it provides that insight into the available water, then council will need to provide direction on the development opportunities to be considered for the East Acreage area. And so the options that we are considering based on this map are the urban, higher density, the 1 or 2 acre subdivision, and the keep as is. Depending on council's direction, then we will need to update the MDP and the land use bylaw. Rural servicing standards may need to be developed, and additional technical studies may need to be provided each time someone comes in with an application. And those would be typically done at the time of initial development. And so we'd be talking there with sanitary analysis, stormwater study, potentially traffic impact analysis. So 2 additional pieces of information we want to let you guys know about as well is, I just mentioned the landowner has initiated it. And the second one is that we've had discussions with a property owner in the North Acreage who has actually gone so far as to prepare what he believes a decent subdivision would be, and has worked with his neighbors as well to show how that would come in. At this point in time, we don't have the answer, like we haven't reviewed it. We're not in a position under the current regulations to be able to review it in any detail. So no application has been made, but this is just a note that we are seeing similar pressures and desires out of the North Acreage area as well. And essentially the next steps is that we're hoping council will tell us what they want us to do next. Please and thank you.
Okay, I have a question. Just wondering, in regards to the MDP and LUB updates, with regards to the outline plan, I understand the outline plan can have up to 49 units per parcel before amendment is needed. Does that still force us to push back on the MDP?
No, so the MDP, in the absence of an area structure plan, the MDP amendment would be looking more at how to kind of give some guidance on this. Technically, I guess maybe you guys could elect not to do it. Our recommendation would be, we'd be looking at setting out a policy type thing that if someone's coming in to do a subdivision, that they give us some sort of a shadow plan so that we know that they're not putting the house plunk in the middle of a potential area where we could see development later.
Yeah.
So it's not a major amendment, and as long as they keep their applications under 50,
Yeah.
I believe, Jordan and Joel are more up to date on the CMRB implications, but if developments under 50 do not require that MDP amendment, that would have to go to the CMRB for review. So
Right.
the amendments we're looking at wouldn't necessarily be CMRB needed. They would
Okay.
be just good policy alignment and making sure that we anticipate as administration, when development is happening in these acreage areas, in the absence of an area structure plan, we may create some unintended consequences. And our intention is to minimize those. And that's what those policies would be about, that I envision at least
Mhm.
in the MDP.
Yeah, it is exciting, seeing this, this map that you've got here, the results from the residents, because it starts to outline some density projections on areas, which is similar to obviously a development plan. And the next step's obviously waiting to hear back on the servicing capacities and how they might be most efficiently used is our next step. Yeah, it's very exciting and very promising for these people. It's a great next step. Council, do you have any other questions? Councilor Hanley?
How long would it take for administration to make recommendations on how that sort of shadow outline plan type thing would work to minimize the whatever consequences?
I would have to point that towards Jordan and Joel or Ron in terms of staffing availability to be able to do that. It's not a huge undertaking, depending on what direction council goes in terms of, are we looking at accommodating higher density, option 1, and option 2 of the 1 to 2 acre. And so I think that would play a part in that. And then as well, the land use bylaw amendment will be the more significant one. As we look at right now, basically the 2 designations that are out here, the LLR and the LR. Did I get that right? Or the 2 designations that are out here prohibit subdivision until such time as basically that area structure plan is in place. So that needs to change. And that's where we need to know, are we looking at having people move to a different designation for a higher density, which would probably make the most sense, and then for 1 to 2 acre, just starting to accommodate that lower density within that designation. So it would be figuring out how best to implement those.
Is it possible for us to have, I mean, we would need to have the feedback on the capacities, but to have smaller meetings with these groups of people? I know that there's the, if you want to call it the east side and the west side. Does it make sense to break those 2 groups up so that we can have some conversations about some actual ideas around design, if these things are going to integrate, or are they going to be attached, or are they going to be independent? What are their thoughts, I guess, of what kind of development they're looking at?
Historically, the residents have wanted to have them treated as one large group. And that dates back to about 2010-ish, when there was initial discussions to break them apart. But ultimately, I would suggest that that's council's decision. And administration's happy to work with.
Yeah, still large. There's still one large group, I guess. And not to say one is more important than the other. Just the fact of logistics, that the group that's going to be connected separate from a road, obviously, is maybe a group that might work together. And in those areas, they might have groupings of people that would be working together specifically. No, that's really encouraging. And I think that if we can get that listing of people and get that coordinated so we can have some of these initial discussions with these groups, with our planning team, that would be...
For 2 separate meetings, basically
I just
Split it in
start to separate them and then start to really dig into what are they thinking.
Okay.
And then, I mean, obviously it'll be determinant on capacities of infrastructure, but as mentioned before, there is other options coming.
Yeah. Question for clarity. Are you actually thinking 3 separate ones with the Lake Air Estates as their own? As they are unique?
I would think so, yes. I would think so, yes.
How quickly did you want us to arrange these meetings?
I think that, I think we should get them on more of a, get the meeting started quickly, and really let the residents kind of dictate their speed at which they want to move, because it is ultimately their decisions, and they've come forward with a lot of information, which is a great first step. Asking residents what they would like rather than trying to force them into certain pockets. And so they've done this quite nicely. And now it's that you just think moving them along that process, because again, I think a number of these residents are looking for a little bit of guidance.
Did you want those meetings before we have the results of the water study or after, or does it matter?
I think before. I know that once we hear on the densities, if they're getting significant, that might affect that. I haven't heard those kind of densities that would affect something like that, but you never know, I guess, until we have everybody say what they want. But it'd be nice to get that process started and have it more often than not, and just hear what they have to say.
Okay.
Councillor, no? Okay. Councillor Foat?
Mayor Torres, I'm glad the mayor mentioned this thing with small studies, because there's a gentleman that keeps calling me all the time. When can I apply for a permit? I want to subdivide, and I think you guys know who that is.
I believe I do. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And I try to steer it to you guys so I don't have to do that, but is there a timeline that you can kind of see on that at all?
I'm hoping when we come back with an update on the water study that I can give you that timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Once we kind of know what that water study says, it's going to lay out all the next steps.
Sure.
And then council, I believe, will be able to make an educated decision on what amendments we want to do.
Right.
And I guess council could start the amendments, direct us to do amendments at this point and start them, making some assumptions, but I don't know if that's...
I don't know, would you like to see what?
Yeah, certainly see some direction first, but
Yeah, but that's...
is my opinion. Is the resident that he's talking about, you mentioned there was a northwest, was there a north quadrant? Was that this grouping of residents that are coming forward with a plan that you mentioned earlier?
No, the resident you're talking about is in East Acreages, correct? Yeah. No,
Okay,
he's...
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the same one then, I believe. The one in the north is reached out to Joel and we've met with him a few times.
Oh, North Acreages.
The North Acreages.
Okay.
So he's ready to go as soon as he's able, and has started doing some of that pre-planning.
Okay.
Doesn't necessarily meet what our standards are.
Yeah.
We honestly haven't really reviewed it, but he's chomping at the bit, so to say, and he wants to go. So, and he's done the shadow planning that we're talking about on how to move things forward, and so.
Excellent.
Yeah, we have excitement in that area as well.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, if we could, work with we have one staff member that's trying to help organize as well. We could organize with them how to help this communication with the East Acreage residents.
Yep.
That'd be good.
And we'll look to get 3 separate meetings set up as soon as possible.
Fantastic. Any other questions, council? Thank you very much, Liz. If I could get a motion to accept this for information, Councillor Foat?
I make the motion that we accept this presentation as information.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, with that, we're just going to pause for lunch here. We'll look at coming back at 1:30. So thank you very much for your patience today, everyone. It's been a great morning. Lots accomplished already. Thank you. to come to our council meeting. Just coming back from lunch, and so we're just going to start now at 1:33 p.m. Where we left off in our agenda, we're just going to pick up, which is items H2, which is staff reports for information, which is the traffic assessment for Rainbow Road. I think that's off. You have to hold it down. There you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Navi isn't presenting for this. This was just for information for council.
Okay. Councilor Hanley?
I would suggest we probably just read the item in the agenda.
Okay, on pages 164.
Yeah, like that.
Okay. Okay, in relation to the agenda item H2, we have an update that was provided to us for the public. With regards to action item 22-146, Rainbow Road North Traffic Impact Assessment Update, the TIA was presented to council on June 21st, 2022. There were some follow-up questions, and the below action item came out of that meeting. Stantec Consulting is working on collecting the traffic data from the province on the Rural Route 281 and Highway 1 intersection, and planning to conclude their memo in the coming weeks. Once the memo is complete, it will be circulated to council. Stantec's team is also working on preparing the responses on the follow-up questions, which will be circulated along with the memo. This information can be sent to council via email. Administration requests to provide the remaining updates in regards to this item via email. Okay, with that, if I can get a motion to accept that as information. Councillor Hanley?
I'm looked at the update regarding the traffic assessment of Rainbow Road and allow Navicorp to continue to provide any further updates to council by email.
Are there any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to item number H4, which is our transportation report presented by Jerry Gautreau. Afternoon, Jerry. Your mic is off again. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council. If we can get the presentation pulled up, please.
This is on page 170. Thank you.
Oh, it's not that one. It's the transportation report. I can kind of get started with what's coming up. So again, thank you and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the Strategic Advisory Department has been looking at alternative ways for transportation for the City of Chestermere. As we all know that we have a current contract with the City of Calgary that provides services for our residents, which is kind of really neat. Most of our money from that, our funding comes from, as we know, from development. Currently, we're paying $650 per day to the City of Calgary for transportation services for basically 4 times services per day. And that is only when they operate. If there's a stat holiday, we have no services. That's only business days. So we kind of took it upon ourselves to really see what might be out there, kind of a vision for what the Chestermere is. Can I go to the next slide, please? So within our studies, we looked at different buses, different unique things, what kind of would be done. So The following will include the use of 5 MOLLE trolleys, is what we're calling them, used for city buses as well as special events and transportation. Next slide, please. So there's 3 2006 MOLLE trolleys, which we use for the main public transportation for the city of Chestermere. These 3 are actually identical, so they're diesel engines, they're all weather, they look identical. So, you know, when we have drivers or anybody looking back and forth, really you're just jumping in from one that looks identical and drives almost identical to the other. The trolleys, so these trolleys will be commuting passengers full-time on a day-to-day basis if this council chooses. There's another 2 2008 MOLLE trolleys. They'll be beneficial to be used for like public special events, if we host events, things like that. Those are actually gas. But again, those 2 are identical. They're brothers and sisters as well. Next slide, please. So some of the events that these special events MOLLE trolleys can be used for is, you know, our Canada Day Music Festival, the Chestermere Christmas Market, Chestermere Community Fair, anything other that we're looking at. And I know that we have things that we're looking at, you know, maybe, I don't know, the rodeo might come, or fairgrounds, or back and forth to Camp Chestermere, just different things within inside of our community that could be used for special events to help keep down local traffic. Next slide, please. So these are what the MOLLE trolleys look like. So these are the 2006 MOLLE trolleys. As you can see, they're coming diesel engines with it, 6-speed Allison transmissions. The conditions, our tire conditions are good, so we've been kind of looking at everything. And currently they're priced at $42,000 each, and that is US dollars, of course. Next slide, please. These are the 2008 MOLLE trolleys. These are the V10 gasoline Ford engines. So they're on a 450 chassis. They're again enclosed, all weather as well, and they're $50,000 US each. Next slide, please. Again, the three 2006 MOLLE trolleys will be allocated towards being the main source of a public transportation. Currently, the city of Calgary buses that we are provided I feel are not efficient. The times of these buses do not provide the residents with the appropriate schedules when we're needed. So the transportation basically is not happening with what I personally believe what our residents need. So they come early in the morning and they come early in the afternoon, and there's like 4 times there. So it's just, to me, it's not efficient for what we're actually paying for. But again, these are my own thoughts and own process. The other two 2008 MOLLE trolleys can be used again for transporting individuals to special events that we currently host. One thing I didn't add in here, and we all have known that there's problems right now with finding even drivers for the school buses. So with even these MOLLE trolleys are providing public services, can we incorporate this somehow and have a conversation with the school boards to move our children within the city of Chestermere back and forth to school as well? So that could be something else we could look at with these MOLLE trolleys. Next slide, please. So the transportation costs to bring them into Canada, and again, these are estimates that I got off the phone. These aren't really, I'm not going to say are hard estimates, but they're approximate. So the transportation for all 5 MOLLE trolleys from the US and Canada is approximately $90,000. The import fees are approximately $45,000. This includes any inspections as well as any broker fees. And the broker fees are around $32,000. So when we talk about those should have been import fees. So the broker fees are around $32,000 to bring these in. And again, these are just hard estimate costs that we just kind of called real quick, just to bring to council with some numbers to really see what they think this is a great idea or not. Next slide, please. So the cost of maintaining and operating a MOLLE trolley per day is approximately $300 per day when we have our own buses and our own labor. This does not include the cost of the MOLLE trolleys. These will be amortized. So I did not put the $300 per day on the amortization side because I have to get that calculation from Ann. I'm going to be guessing that, of course, it'll be up there a little bit more, but again, that's what that would be. The cost to have it just sitting is approximately $100 a day. And these services, these trolleys would be consistent, so that we would need 4 full-time drivers and 2 part-time drivers to make these continue. So compensation for drivers would be roughly about $50,000 per year. They'd also be provided benefits and pension. Next slide, please. So bringing in the Molly trolleys into the city of Chestermere provide a greater means of efficient transportation, the enhanced schedule of routes, times, within turn providing individuals with the opportunity to get to their destinations on time. The 2 Molly trolleys being used for transportation of public events that the city and our communities organizers host will help limit the problem of traffic and crowding parking concerns. Hiring drivers exclusive for the trolleys can help increase the employment rate in the city. The movement of the trolleys out of the city of Chestermere, i.e. citizens to commute back and forth to East Hills, can help attract more of the public into our city, bringing more revenue to our business, and also helping to help to continue to grow our population. Now, the other thing we're looking at too is, yes, we're looking at maybe going into East Hills, just like the City of Calgary bus does. This will also help our residents with their job opportunities within East Hills. So it'll allow our students and our younger generation to actually go and get those jobs at Walmart, Costco, different things through there as well. And it provides the local shopping as well for the amenities that we might need to get from the City of Calgary. Next slide, please. Is questions. So I'm open to any questions and thoughts. Councillor Foat?
With this agreement that we have with the Calgary, City of Calgary at this time, is there an exiting clause in there for us to get out of it, or?
There is an exiting clause. I don't know the exact, I read it. It's just not in my brain and I didn't put it on here, but there is an exit clause within that.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanley?
Derek, from the picture and the specs, these buses are not like antique. They just appear that way. They're all, like you said, all weather vehicles are heated, can handle the winter and stuff like that. And I noticed that they do have like wheelchair lifts, so they're handicap accessible. My big concern is, you said it's $650 a day for the 4-time service for the Calgary buses, and then $300 a day. Do we have any idea how many circles of traffic, how many multiple or times of service would we have? And it seems to me that this would also alleviate the issue of presently the east side of the city doesn't really get any bus service. So this would, allow people within the city to move around within the city much more effectively and efficiently.
And thank you for that question. I probably should clarify. The $300 per day is not the driver. It's just actually what is costing us for that bus to be on the road. So that's fuel, insurance, your wear and tear and things on that particular vehicle. So that does not cover the driver.
And the $650 a day, does that cover it in Calgary, or?
The $650 a day is all inclusive, and we're supposed to be getting money, or we're supposed to be getting our rate back on fare boxes, which in my initial investigation, we have not seen any monies coming back from rate boxes at all from the City of Calgary, or fare boxes. Councillor Watt?
Through the chair to Jerry, I'm wondering, can you help me understand why specifically the years 2006 and 2008 with the cost of these vehicles? Is there any way to be a little bit more efficient with the cost and get a newer model?
That's a great question, and I think it really depends on what the vision of council really likes. So, and again, this is, I just threw this vision together. I thought it was kind of neat to put these Molly trolleys there. It's kind of a unique situation for our town, our city, so, we can identify our transportation. So these are probably the best price that I've found so far. They're all coming out of the US. There's a couple in Eastern Canada. So to answer your question, it's we can get to, like, I guess, ordinary buses or vans or things like that if we choose to. This is just a unique thing I thought I would just propose to council.
Thank you.
Councillor Dean?
Thank you to the Mayor, to Jerry. You said a few times with them coming out of the US and things like that, and I understand they all wanted these. So do we know the track record on these guys performing in, say, in Alberta winter? We get that nice, beautiful -30 that we lift to hang and something like that.
And thank you for that question. These are actually a lot of these buses are used in different parts in the US, Chicago, New York, et cetera. So there's, similar weather patterns. I'm not going to say we're the Chinooks for sure. We're different parts with that, but within heavy snows and rains and things like that, these are used within the US as well.
Councillor Funk? Through the mayor to Jerry. Have you had a chance to put together what you think as far as mapping out the city and routes and stuff that these may be looking at? Or are we looking more as a call-up service?
Again, our study and our thought process within our department was actually to have a route system where in high peak times it'd be running basically every half hour. So, we kind of did a quick analysis from if we started at one end of the city and East Hills, for example. So, the start of the route or the end of the route, how you would like to look at it, it's around a half an hour service. Turnaround time is give or take, within a few minutes here or there. So definitely on peak times, you're probably going to want your 2 buses, maybe your 3 buses. You start one in the middle. So that way, trying to get people to and from work, you might be running 3 buses at a time. So that would be 2 full-time and then your split shift person there. And then you can reduce that service. So once it's not so busy, you can only go back to 1. So then you'd have your bus would be every hour type thing. So it really depends on what kind of services on transportation services we want to give to the public.
Councillor Funk? And would that be looking at servicing the whole city or just portions of the city?
No, our thought process was actually to incorporate bus stops throughout the entire city. So that way people aren't walking from one end to the other. So, we're not going to be at the very east acreages, for an example. There'll be a stopover by the east acreage somewhere. They won't have to come all the way into the core of the city to find a bus.
Like the high school maybe?
Yeah. And then possibly used for shuttle for seniors, et cetera, to get around town.
Right, and there's many different parts that we can do. So, again, with those other 2 Molly Trolleys 2008s that are gas, we looked at even further, can we provide things to school? Can we provide things to the seniors lodge? There's a lot more that we can do on, we'll call it the specialty sides if we choose to and if that's the way it goes. This whole presentation, again, was just a thought that came out over the summertime on really reviewing some of the contracts and saying, can we do it better? Again, this is the thought process out of our department. And if I'm, on the right track, great. If I'm off the wrong track, hopefully this kind of just gives you a little bit of excitement of what we're kind of looking at.
Well, it seems our cost model with Calgary is significantly expensive for 4 routes or 4 times that they come through our city, being early in the morning and then around 5-6 o'clock at night. It'd be nicer if people that had wanted to use these had the opportunity to use it throughout the day.
I think it gives the opportunity to the seniors too to, and again, Prince of Peace, for example, the seniors lodge, I see a lot of the seniors going to Smitty's for coffee or lunch together. So it'd be nice even for our seniors to be able to move there and to intermingle with other seniors at the coffee shop, for example.
Yeah. Councillor Folk?
Any idea, like, if we decided to do this, how quickly would we be able to move forward on it?
This is something that council actually wanted to do and let's say explore these Molly Trolleys. We would definitely send somebody down to actually look at these and inspect them properly to make sure that they fit everything and they actually even can be imported into Canada, for an example.
Right.
So that's kind of our first step. As of yesterday, they still were available.
Okay.
And inventory changes all the time. So it's just something that if council wanted to choose and to do this budget, that'd be the first thing I would do. And then, of course, actually then start the import. So we basically have to check to make sure all the recalls are done and then start importing them to Canada.
Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. To the mayor, to Jerry, I guess some of the things that I'd like to see with this is a bit of a study, how we could do some complementary things of what's already happening. So there already is some bus. It's limited. It could be better for sure. It's something that Seniors Coalition is certainly looking at about bus service that already exists in our community for seniors and how it's booked and how that works. So I wouldn't mind doing how would this be complementary of some things that we're doing so we don't accidentally. I I just to see how it could be complementary of some things you're already doing. I also wouldn't mind, you mentioned Prince of Peace, so Prince of Peace, had their, some of their own even busing systems and things like that. It's what's happening with all of those transportations and the company that was there. So, some of those, I'd like to see some of those options, explored as well, if it's possible.
So just to go back to the Prince of Peace, the Prince of Peace villas, the seniors villas does not have any transportation. It's the manor that has its own transportation, and that's only basically bringing people to and from events. So that's an internal thing that they pay for within their fees. The other one, bus service that we do have is the Rocky View, of course, Handybus. And usually that will bring people to their appointments, and it does have to be booked. I'm not saying you can't get your groceries on that, but mostly what I'm seeing there through presentations and questions and answers that I've always been asking is usually for doctor's appointments of some sort. And there is, you call, you're in a route, you go to get dropped off, and then you get picked up at that particular time when you're asking. It could be, if you say 4 o'clock, and the bus might not be there till 4:30, for an example, or as well. So,
Councillor Hanley? My question, or how long would it take to do sort of an analysis of whether it's these buses or some other buses that are available in Canada or whatever, but to do the sort of comparison of like having an hourly service or whatever, or every half hour during rush hour, and plotting it out and doing the costing of it and just plugging in, whatever type of bus or whatever the cost of that ownership is. And what the benefit would be to the community as a whole. Because I think the challenge today is everywhere in here in the city, if you want to go anywhere, you pretty much have to drive. You do have the 4 time services per day, but that brings you to East Hills and into Calgary. It doesn't allow people to get around within the city. And I think it's also for, the youth in the city as well as some of the adults, or some people just bad weather days. I don't want to shovel the driveway. I'll just take the bus, go to Safeway. So I think it's worthwhile to pursue, but I'm just curious as to what kind of time frame would be before sort of a plan or something could be presented back to us as council to make a decision on.
That's a great question. I think it would take more than just my department to come up with that answer. So I think part of that would be working with planning upstairs and trying to plot different things out and route systems out, and then trying to come up with analysis. So again, I'm not sure what their time frame is, and on that whole process as well.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Just thinking through the mayor to Jerry, I guess along with what you're speaking to, Councillor, like where would these be housed? Where would they be stored? Is there a plan for all that? So I guess for me, there's lots about this that I think is a really good idea. And as someone who attends and hosts events, having ways for people to get there would be super beneficial, because parking for certain ones is tough. We're going to see it this weekend when we have the country fair coming and hockey starting at the same time. We all know what's coming here in about 96 hours. And so having other transportation options would be great. I think, I don't want to speak for Councillor Handel there, what I heard in your comment, and I certainly agree with it, is along the lines of seeing that analysis and the full comprehensive plan. And so then is the understanding that today this is an initiative of, I just want to present an idea, and if you guys are totally a no, then I'm going to walk away and not keep working on it. Or it's a yes, then we start to put together all of those details. Is that kind of
exactly? So again, part of our department is to forward think, is kind of what we're doing, and presenting unique ideas to council, and like instead of wasting a whole bunch more time on this, if this is something that council says yes, I think this is a great idea, then we can continue to pursue this piece. If it's something that's not, then I fold it up, throw it away, and we can talk about it maybe never.
Okay. Okay, moving on then. If we could get, I guess, put a motion forward for Jerry to continue to do the due diligence required to come back with some of this analysis on what's been mentioned by councillors. If you want specifics in that motion.
I think what I and I'm going to just try to paraphrase here, is what I'm understanding is to do a complete analysis and I think routing as well, I heard. So to plot out some routing, some time and some cost factors and the cost of where we're going to house them. Did I capture everything so far? Did I miss something?
Councillor Dean?
Yes, if I may, to the Mayor Chair, I guess something I would like to see add to that, as it was mentioned here, is then how did we utilize for the special events? So what's the booking process for that, for any of our organizations in the city that want to utilize that?
So I don't need a motion. I think this is just information. So these are just things I can bring back from our department. Our department does work for council and we can just kind of continue that way and just maybe have bring something forward.
Councillor Henley?
So if we just say, please flesh out the details, we want to hear more, that's good?
That's all we need in our department.
Okay, if I can get a motion in regards to that. Go ahead, Henley.
Melvin, did you want to take a shot at it? You raised your hand.
I'll make the motion that we give the instruction to Mr. Goodrow to look into the optics of this, the feasibility of bringing these buses and scheduling and all the necessary information that you need to make a educated decision.
Any comments or questions, council? All in favor? Councillor Funk? Sorry. Just one comment. I think this is a great idea for us to move forward. I think it's, I don't think most people were happy with the current transportation situation within the city. I know I wasn't, so I'm very happy to see us moving forward with something that expands our transportation within the city and having some good ideas, whether it's this or variation or something. But I'd just like to say kudos to you and your staff for moving forward with this and identifying an issue within the city that needs to be rectified.
Yeah, no, we thank you for that. And our team was actually working hard. I mean, even though Missy was taken away, she had a part of this, and Angela as well in our department. She worked quite well on this too, and then we got to bounce a bunch of ideas. The only other question that I do have is, do you want me to continue looking at the Molly trolleys, or giving that kind of unique situation, or do you want to look at ordinary buses as well?
Okay. I would like to look at your trolleys. I really would, because it adds some character to our city.
Councillor Dean?
I wouldn't mind seeing both just from a cost analysis perspective, right? Because we've talked about efficiencies a lot, and so Councillor Boda or Deputy Mayor Boda certainly agree with the idea of the unique features of them. I think it'd be great. I wouldn't mind seeing a cost analysis between the two.
Councillor Hanley?
And I was just going to add to Councillor Dean's comment of even on something else, you can wrap them because it's all how you paint them, how you,
We'll bring back both then. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Funk, just in addition, to look at the cost of adding AC to them?
There is AC in them already.
Well, they say no AC.
Oh, okay.
On the presentation?
When I called, they said there was AC. They were all weather.
Okay.
Okay.
For those.
So downloadable. Okay, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 5, which is Council's 2021-2025 Strategic Plan Framework, pages 181.
This has me again, Council. I'll just thank Ms. Wallace for throwing me at this one early this morning. So administration is here. Sorry, Jerry with Lead Services again. So administration is here today to bring forward the strategic vision plan that this current council has worked on probably back almost I'm not going to say quite a year ago, but it was probably a good 10 months ago, 9-10 months ago. And what we're really looking at is you're giving that council give administration a motion just to adopt this framework that you've started. And when I call it framework, I don't think it's, in my opinion, it's not quite finished. So there's two motions we're really looking for in this piece. Is one, the council looks to adopt this as the first part of their framework. And the second is that you can direct administration to create a workshop sometime in either late September or early October, where council can and a part administration can get together to actually really flesh out the strategic plan of this council for your 2021-2025 strategic plan for the city of Chestermere. As we all know, it's that the strategic and vision plan is important not only to council but to administration and to our residents. It really shows how this council and administration are going to work with each other and our residents to, for the services that we're going to provide them. So, as you can kind of see through your vision, is Chestermere is a progressive and inclusive community. Residents and business owners are actively involved in the community life. All community standards are stronger by one another. In Chestermere, people are what truly matters.
Sorry to interrupt for a second. Is it possible to have this on the screen for residents?
No.
This is the progressive path forward.
This is really.
Thank you. We're on page 2 now. Thank you.
So, and just for the residents and looking at the slide, these are what council has already put forward, but has never been adopted. These are some of the thought processes you guys had in your original strategic vision plan. We kind of took, so I'll just kind of go back. We took some of the wording you had and tried to make it in a presentation, but I captured a lot of your stuff. I'm not sure if everybody's seen your regular one. Okay.
Yes, they have.
Yes, we have. I'm getting some, and some says yes, some says no. So on your page 3, the next slide, please. So that's where you, on your visions. So we're in a dynamic community with employment and recreation opportunities spanning our community, diversity, robust community life, and support through excellence and municipal services. Next slide, please. Our municipal finances are solid, and we have optimized municipal process, ultimately a sense of municipal strengths, permits through the community enabling more and opportunity and growth. So the next slide, please. Every step is a guide by values. Achieving council's strategic vision requires community to constantly apply council's values. So we have safety, fiscal responsibilities, and community trust. And under those safeties, we'll ensure decisions made honor and promote our community, physical safety, and emotional and mental well-being. We will do this while considering the fine balance between community rights and responsibilities versus risks. One thing I want to commend not only this council but the city is this is one of the cities that I've actually seen that really actually look at mental health and take mental health actually serious. Yeah. So seeing a lot of other municipalities, I can say that this one actually takes mental health quite seriously, and I commend this council and this administration for that. Under financial responsibilities we'll be financial stewards acting on our fiduciary responsibilities to Chestermere by making wise and balanced decisions that set up future generations for success. Investments while being thoughtful, effectiveness and responsibility with a lens forward and long-term financial robust and the maximum outcomes of the community. We will also be collaborative and working creatively with partners looking shared values and initiatives. And part of this is what I commend this council on this financial responsibility is just looking at my own culture. You're looking at what actually is going to help your next generations. Where I come from, actually, we look at 7 generations ahead. So again, I commend this council for really starting to look at that and flesh out that financial responsibility. And then your community trust is that you'll ensure decisions are made honor and promote community physical safety and emotional and mental well-being. While doing this, while considering the fine balance between community rights, responsibility versus risk. Next slide, please. So when council's decisions are made, council will consider how decisions will contribute to your values. Council will ensure through information related to the values is provided for decisions before decisions are made. Council will rely on technical data whenever possible, as well as council's understanding of what works for the community to ensure decisions are made wisely. We look at effectiveness and inclusion. So decisions will be clear in scope, made in a timely manner, and have information necessary and available, and will prioritize manner. We value efficiently and not only in decisions making, but also in our outcomes. Overall, effective and efficient outcomes are highly desirable. Inclusion. We are open and welcoming to all residents and visitors alike. Council's process will be considerate and respectful on how diverse our community is and strive to be inclusive and possible. Everyone should have the opportunity to be involved, and we will creatively ensure this happens. We are open-minded, understanding, and appreciative of different viewpoints. Embracing diversity will only make our community a stronger, safer space as members of council will lead by example. So then we have the 3E model: excellence, expertise, and efficiency. So under these are the three goals that the current council has looked at. So governing and leading with excellence, demonstrating strength and ability guiding initiatives and enthusiasm, and working towards an efficient and professional goals. The expertise, value the voice of knowledge of experts when making leadership decisions, encouraging all to develop expertise in their role, as it is success for that brings success for all. And the efficientness, leading with efficiency carries out correct tasks to the right way with the least waste time and effort to ensure helping staff work smarter, not harder. And I also want to commend this council administration for the education that you allow your staff to continue to not only to improve themselves, but to help this city as well to those. So by investing in them, they're actually investing within the city and investing within your residents. So I commend you on that as well. So we got some big steps, and I think we have some big goals that this council also would like to do too. So achieving council's strategic vision requires committing to and constantly applying council's values. To do so, council has identified 3 strategic priorities that will guide the city with work plans from 2022 to 2025. Each of these strategic priorities will have an internal detailed action plan to develop over the next 3 months. This action plan will assess capacity for new initiatives, budget, impacts, timelines, and performance metrics. Next slide, please. So the first one is process. Second is people and community. Third is building blocks. So under process, we have streamlined city governance and process, optimize organization functional structure, optimize and development application process, optimize and procurement process involved in internal reporting and communication protocols, improve external reporting and community protocols. People and community, invest in our people and our community, increase community trust by listening, acting, and being result-oriented. Increase transparency and engagement, communication with the community, provide targeted support with programming for seniors, youth, and non-for-profits. And we're going to optimize our development, infrastructure, and investment, enhance development across the city, upgrades for transportation and roads, upgrade water and sewer and storm, increase health care facilities and access, diversification of recreation facilities, and ensure adequate land for school sites. Next, please. So the process again is streamlined, city governance and process. So complete strategic for multi-CEOs position, structure and feasibility for organization restructure, access approach for reviewing and updating and development application for procurement process, create clear guidelines again for communication protocols between council and administration, create a communication strategy on how best to communicate council strategy with the public and stakeholders. Next slide, please. People and community. create community stakeholders engagement and communication strategy. It's asked us how best to obtain baseline information around public settlement on municipal preferences in general and specific on how they want to engage with it. List people and community associations with commercial and recreation, better understand community capacity, building projects, refine more detailed action plan, understand capacity and budgeting requirements, and prioritize all actions, develop report, performance metrics again. So, and then there's the progressive path forward in the 2021, 2025. So again, a lot of the work that this council has already done 8-9 months ago is how I look at it is it's a start. It's a great start, but you just have to get to the next thing. So that's where we're actually looking at developing a workshop so we can get all council and some administration staff in there to really flesh out all of these other ideas that you have on this paper.
Okay, thank you. Council, any questions? Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, more comment than a question. I think, as you pointed out, we started our strategic planning session before, and this is the framework as a result of that. But also this needs to be taken into consideration of, and I think we've done it twice back on October 26th when we stated what our priorities were, and then last meeting again on March 15th, I believe, and it was Councillor Dean identified all of the list of the projects, the public list and the confidential list that we will authorize ourselves to work on with administration to move forward to achieve these goals. So I think when you look at this, you also have to take into context those things. And as you said, the final step is how do you take those things and translate them into actionable items? And I think those are the next step.
If you're looking at me for an answer, I agree.
No, as I said, that's probably more of a statement than a question.
So you're recommending that kind of as a multi-step process for us to complete our entire strategic plan. This being I guess the beginnings of our framework, and then as Councillor Hanley has mentioned, adding some of our top priorities, and at the same time expanding on that as to where we are today, and then where we expect to be going forward. You mentioned that might be done in late September to possibly October.
Right. So if I can expand on that a little bit is I have, and I could be totally wrong and offside here. I personally have not seen or seen within the minutes, and I've missed it, that this council has never adopted their strategic revision plan per se. So what I'm really looking at now, just for not only for our administration but for the public, is to have you adopt at least part of your framework, so that we know where this council kind of wants to go. With a strategic vision plan of every council, it helps administration to, are we turning right? Are we turning left? Are we going forward? We don't know right now. So with roughly this is happening within a framework, this administration will know where this council wants to go within the next direction. It also helps the residents to understand exactly where we want to go as well. So that's step one. So to kind of adopt at least a framework of your strategic plan. The second part is exactly what you said, Mr. Mayor, and what Councillor Hanley said, and where Councillor Dean went way back when on his other vision, or sorry, his other motion, was there's a whole bunch of different projects that we want to do. And we need to get those projects on the table within your strategic plan and to show everybody where we want to go. So this administration's thought process is, can we have a workshop? First, can we have you adopt this? Second, can we have a workshop with council and administration to flush everything out and to finish your strategic plan to get you across the finish line? Like I look at this as, this is only, part one of your novel, of a part 6 novel. So we need to get the other 5 portions of your novel together and then present all that to council and to the public to really show everybody where we're actually going.
And with this document and our previous strategic planning sessions, and as Stephen mentioned, some of the projects that we've agreed to move forward with, it will give us another opportunity, correct me if I'm wrong, to review this along with the projects that we've identified, and then further to expand on as we've gone through the first number of months. and really crystallize what that strategic plan is going to look like now that we have a lot more information about how the city operates and maybe some of the interaction with our goals.
Absolutely. So to me, this is just a part one of your framework. This is, I'm looking at maybe adopting this, but when we flesh out your entire strategic plan and present the novel now of your strategic plan to, publicly and show it to the public, once council's all happy with it and it's all been, proofread and laid out properly, then we can actually send that out to, publicly to exactly what we're doing today and present it, and then council can adopt their 2021-25 strategic plan, in full.
And even parts of this document can be updated.
Absolutely. This entire thing can be updated. This can be part of, this is the framework of your strategic plan.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Councillor Dean?
Yes, thank you. Comment and a question. I have probably been one of the loudest voices pushing for us to have the strategic plan done. And I believe it was at a meeting in July that we ended up bumping. For me, the first time I've seen this particular document, there was a version of this that was sent to us a number of weeks ago, but it is not this document. The first time I saw this document was this morning. And so I have a bit of a issue voting on something to vote on it as a framework without doing the workshop first. And so for me, I would like to see us do that workshop sooner rather than later, to get us into that room, to have that conversation, and to come. I think doing it the other way is a bit pretty much hard to put for.
If I might, through the mayor, it is exactly the same document, just it looks differently. The words are exactly the same. Just the way it's laid out is
There's
different.
things contained in this document that are not in the first document.
Oh, other than that, yes, there is a page.
There's additions in
You're
this
right.
document that are not in the first one.
Yes, you're correct. There's one page that is new. Yes. The
Councillor
3E
Funk?
model.
So my understanding though, as the agenda item, this is just for information right now, and we're not actually adopting this? Is that correct?
It is for information, and there was two things that we could have asked for, and it's totally up to this council. One is to adopt this framework if you chose to make a motion on that, and the second is to have administration to basically to get a workshop for council.
Okay.
So you can choose to do one, none, and just accept this for information.
Councillor Folk?
I think this is very well laid out, and I would go along with Councillor Dean down there that he would want to have some more little eye time on it to read it, understand it. But I think it's a great starting document for our workshop that we want to have. And I would agree with him. Let's move it ahead as quick as we can.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Hanley?
I've just called up the original one that we sent before. I think the one page that is added is the 3 E's. And apart from that, from when you read through it, it pretty much is identical to what we had in the original one that was sent to us by Maven.
Councillor Funk? Vote.
Are you waiting for a motion for us to accept this as information and then to set up a date for this strategic workshop? Is that what you would like us to do?
So through the mayor to deputy mayor. For me, it's I just gave the options. I mean, I think that what I hear, and I'll be very careful what I say, is what I hear is that this council would like to carry on and to get their strategic plan finished. And if that's the case, then we would like a motion to have administration to direct to create a workshop for council, or a retreat or something to get this document finished.
I'm prepared to make that motion.
I'll just second. Councillor Funk?
I can make a motion, if everybody's ready for that.
Councillor Hanlon?
I was going to say to answer Councillor Dean's concerns, could we make the motion to adopt this strategic plan framework as presented, excluding the slide, the 3 E's? Because then you're basically going back to the original one.
Mm-hmm.
So as amended.
So you're saying not as amended, but excluding?
Excluding that one slide.
Right.
Basically, then it's just, you can use the original Maven one, or you can use this one, which each day, at least there's something.
Yeah, I think it helps, my personal opinion, I think it helps that we help show staff some of what we've come up with in our previous planning sessions. And give some guidance in the midst of when we actually get back to the table of working on the strategic plan, which hopefully is in October, but as things come up, we know that things have happened that made us at this point already. Any other comments? Councillor Dean?
I guess for me, I would like to see this accepted as information, not adopted, and that we set up that workshop sooner rather than.
Well, some of the times that we're looking at for administration was late September, early October, for a retreat of some sort with this council to really get this done. And through that whole process, there's a few other things that we probably want to put on the agenda item for that. That is maybe some, just some other training things that, within that whole piece on that retreat as well. So not maybe just focusing on this, but with some team building as well as just some of our thought process, some team building, and then a strategic plan, and then just some mock, what we're doing here today, council meetings.
Okay. So given, I guess we've got two kind of ideas on the table. If I could hear from the councillors, I guess, to get their concept, or do we want to call for a vote?
You don't have a motion yet? Blaine, sorry to take a motion.
Blaine, do you have a comment or a motion?
My comment is I'd like to see the second motion accepted as information, then the second motion as written.
That's one that says motion as written?
If there is a motion two.
Oh, okay.
Motion two.
Okay, proceed with your motion.
Okay. So, first motion is I'd like to, that this be accepted as information, this presentation.
Any comments or questions?
Sir, can you repeat that again? That this presentation is being accepted
as information.
As information.
Any comments or questions? Okay, I'd prefer that it be accepted as our initial framework. That's my comment or question. Okay, all in favor? All opposed? Carried. The second motion, if I can get a motion for council to direct administration to set up a workshop for council in September or early October 2022 for planning the next stages of council 2021 to 2025 strategic plan. Councillor Funk.
I'd like to make a motion that council direct administration to set up a workshop for council in late September, early October 2022 for planning the next stages of the council's 2021/2025 strategic plan.
Any comments or questions? Councillor Dean?
Thank you. This would actually be to Jerry, so through the mayor to Jerry. Do you foresee that strategic planning session just being done internally, I mean council administration, or would we look at again bringing in outside agency to finalize the work?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dean. We were actually looking at doing it internally right now. And I think we have enough of the framework to finish it internally. And then just maybe we might send it out. We have a great comms team upstairs right now. And I'm pretty sure that they can actually now, I'll put all the lipstick on it and the glossy pictures and everything at the end, and make sure that all the writing is done properly as well. So I think we can keep everything internally as well. The workshop that we're thinking of, it would be like on a Wednesday though, to Wednesday to Friday at noon, type of thing, just to make sure we get that done.
Any other comments? Okay, all in favor of the motion? Carried. Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Okay. Moving on to item number 6, which is a update on Webster Lands, presented by City Director Kim Wise. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Is this the clicker to go forward so you don't have to do it? There we go. Perfect. Okay, thank you for 21. And again, in February, administration has begun the process of bringing forward projects that have been active in the last 15 years and exceed $3 million, starting with the Webster Lands. This is an image showing that the Webster Lands have been for sale for a little while. Starting in 2014, I'm going to go through the history of the situation. In 2014, the Webster Lands were zoned urban transition and were assessed at farmland. And at that time, the value for the 101 acres was $18,260. And just as a little information, farmland is assessed on the ability of the land to produce agricultural products. This is just the confirmation of the assessment, which shows it was urban transition, it was farmland assessed, and the value was $18,000. In 2015, the city of Chestermere purchased the 101 acres of land in the southeast corner of Chestermere, which is where the Webster Lands are. The purpose was to start promoting industrial development. In the same year, the land was zoned as urban transition still, but the assessment was changed from farmland to market land. By changing the assessment, it had dramatically changed the value of the land. It went from just over $18,000 to now over $10 million in less than a year. And just another proof of the assessment was market land assessment, 10 million plus. In 2016, the city of Chestermere and AltaLink ratified an option to purchase the agreement of 3.26 acres for the price of $489,000. In May, the Alberta Utilities Commission confirmed that the Chestermere 419S substation would be located on the city's industrial land. In the same year, 2016, McHenley Consulting Services was retained for the preparation of the outline plan and its associated studies. The plan was completed in the spring of 2017 for the city. And this was just one example. There were many documents, but just to show that what they had planned for the city, for this land at that time, was to make it a business park light industrial district with a little bit of public service district around the water area. In 2017, also, the land use bylaw was redesignated. And it went through for first, second, and third reading. And it was to formally submitted to have the land redesignated from urban transition to business park light, and then as well as public service as to part of the outline plan. And this is an image of those lands. So in their raw form, showing the water area. And just to help understand the difference between the urban transition zone versus the business light industrial. Urban transition zone, it's intended to retain and protect urban use properties which are underdeveloped and not have available urban facilities such as sanitary, sewer, water, drainage, and streets. Business park, light industrial district is a variation on a business park or office park, which might have offices, light industry, and industrial park might include companies that provide manufacturing, transportation, storage facilities, such as chemical plants, airport, beverage manufacturing. Those are just examples of what could happen, not that Chestermere would have those. Second and third readings passed on September 5th, 2017. Fast forward to 2021, zoning is back to urban transition. The market land valuation is just a little under $10 million now. It's for 9 million and plus. Moving forward, this is an image of the area. So you can see where the yellow arrow is, that's the land. And in 2022, the Webster lands are still for sale. The 97 acres are valued at 14.5 million, zoned urban transition. And the listing can be found on the Chestermere website. So administration's questions. We just have questions around why did the assessment change from farmland in 2015? Why did the new assessment cause the price to increase so dramatically? When was the Webster land originally purchased by the city in 2015? What was the time frame in there? What was the purchase price the city paid for the Webster lands? I have yet to find that information. Where is the purchase agreement? Why was it necessary to change the zone designation in 2017? What became of the Webster outline plan after 2017? And why is the land back being zoned urban transition market land assessment as it was in 2021, yet it was not redesignated as per the land use bylaw? So that is my package today. Do you have questions regarding this update?
Just for clarity, you mentioned that the land is still being marketed. It is still under contract for development, correct?
Yes, it is still under contract for development.
Okay. Which I understand, I don't know if you would necessarily know, but which I understand is waiting for the stormwater to be determined by the city of Chestermere.
Okay, so that will answer one question.
Any other questions, council? Councilor Dean?
Sorry, point of clarity on that then. So then, to the mayor then, I guess. So then not still for sale currently.
It's currently under contract. Still being marketed on the city's website until it's officially done. But it's still under contract, so they can still choose to terminate the agreement if we don't meet the conditions satisfactorily to their development requirements.
So under contract, conditional sale.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
That's a quick way of saying it, yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Better way.
Thank you.
Councilor Funk?
Through the mayor to Kim. In 2015, it was changed from farmland to market land.
Yes.
Typically, when a purchaser buys something, they wait until they get approvals and stuff to move forward with the change. Was there any application to change the subdivision or add subdivision or anything like that?
That's what I'd like to look into. That's
Okay,
one
so
of my questions.
we don't have that information
Yeah, I
yet.
need to find that information,
Yeah. So
and I'll bring that to the next update.
Okay.
Yeah, because at 2015, there wouldn't have been any services there,
No.
I presume, yet. So, okay. Yeah. Councilor Henley?
Yeah, I was going to say, I agree with all your questions. They're there. I was also going to throw in, I believe back in late 2016, or beginning of 2017, they were talking about, there was letters of intent for development, which
Yes.
probably also could come into this equation.
Yes, I did.
And there are a number of anomalies of when it was, back in 2014, it was basically junk farmland. Why you had a very poor, because mostly swamp. And the transition, but it's almost like we're looking at service versus unserviced, right? For a developer, you buy farmland, $30,000 an acre, you put in roads, streets, sewers, everything else, and now you subdivide it, you sell it for a lot more. But it seems like the value of this has changed from what it is, or because if you're still in it, nothing really there,
That's right. Nothing has been added.
the value being is representative as if all of that existed.
Mhm.
Councilor Dean?
Sorry if I may have a point of clarity on that, and I'm not sure who the direct this question to, so someone dealt with that, that'd be awesome. To your point though, Councilor Hanley, isn't a part of that also, the designation of a land is what determines the price of the land as well. So I agree with you.
Yeah.
The land didn't change, right? It's still, to use your word, farmland, sorry, it's farmers out there. It is still farmland, right? Fair. So nothing happened.
Yeah.
But the designation changed, so by the designation change, and doesn't that then change the potential of what somebody could do, thus changing the value of the land?
It does. Some of the clarity though is around lands, for example, like in Kinnenberg, just east connected to Kinnenberg, which is developable land, which is now selling for, I think, 37,000 an acre. So that has access to servicing, plus the designation. But it wouldn't be 100,000 plus an acre. It's just not. When did we use, I don't know if you know this yet, but did we use financing to acquire this?
I don't know that. I will look into it.
Okay.
I believe there was a loan, but I will for my next update, I will confirm that.
It would be interesting to see how much funds we borrowed.
To
at that
buy it
time.
initially.
Yeah.
I first need to find the purchase agreement.
Okay. Any other questions, Councillor Hanley?
Yeah, my other concern too is like the assessment of farmland to urban transition, or doesn't the city decide what the classification is? And if the city was eventually going to buy it, wouldn't you not reclassify it until you bought it? Seems to make more sense to do it afterwards.
When you could get it for a less price. It depends on what date they bought it, which is again, once we find the purchase agreement, we'll understand what they paid for it at that time.
Yeah.
And then we'll look at the MGA to find out how you do that in terms of reassess land to ensure that all the rules were followed appropriately.
Councillor Dean?
I guess I have the same question that I wouldn't mind seeing explored, and it's actually in the same vein, just maybe beside that vein, I wonder, and this is a question, so I don't know, I wonder is it also though, you have to do the thing that it was purchased for, can you change it up, right? And so likewise, can you sell it as one thing, and then something else gets built after, and then the designation changes? Does that make sense? So you look confused, and so I can clarify.
Yeah, I would basically go, because that's kind of the same argument of developer buys farmland, puts in roads, sewers, water, whatever, and then it's residential that come to us for a plan.
Right.
Right? So it'd be, how's industrial, like if you're a land developer, you're a land developer. Right? You buy land with one thing and then you're turning it into something else. But you buy it for what it is.
Yes, and thank you, and through American Council Member, that is an understanding that I would like explain further, is that piece around that. How exactly does that work? Because if you sell it as something, but then something else is done, can you get yourself into trouble should it have been offered to everybody to be able to do that thing? And again, I honestly don't know the answer to my own question, right? Which is, well, that's why I have a question. And I don't know who to direct that question to, right?
We can add.
But I think you and I we're hanging out in the same ballpark right now.
Yeah.
That's
a good question.
And I think that's why I'm going, these are good questions.
Definitely.
Yeah.
We need answers.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Through the mayor. Chief, Councilor Steve. So great question. My understanding is that when a piece of property is designated or has a land use on farm, That's what you're actually buying it for. You can buy it for whatever you want. The farmland, just because it might be junk farmland, if I'm the one who wants to pay $100,000 plus per acre on farmland, I can do that. However, I could also then turn around and come in for land use and go to urban transition, for example. So I can move from farmland to urban transition, and now my property is worth even, I can ask whatever I want to ask here. Once I'm in power of that land use of urban transition, and I say, I don't want to go with urban transition, I want to go back to farm, I can actually come back in for an application and turn it back to farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Councillor Dean is asking if there is the city an unfair competitor in the sense that we can change things that other people don't necessarily know they can. And thus, we knew that ahead of time and maybe others didn't.
David particularly, that's a big part of my question. Especially when it comes to the
That's right.
I know, that's why.
Lots of research.
I don't know who to ask this.
Yeah.
We have a lot of research to do.
Lots of questions.
Yes.
Tricky questions. Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Kim? All right, great. If we could get a motion to accept that as information. Councillor Hanley?
I move the council accepts the Webster Land Project's over $3 million update for information.
Any questions or comments? Councillor Dean?
I'm not sure if we want to add it as a fragment or make a second motion. I would like to see these questions explored with additional questions, and so would be comfortable with supporting this motion for sure. And then either making a second motion, directing administration to do that, or doing it friendly to this, or withdrawing this one and doing it as both, whatever council would like. But I certainly would like administration to continue to follow. And the questions you and I were just asking.
With the fact that this is already an action list item, and you're directed to investigate projects $3 million and up, I think that continues that investigation until, I guess, it's taken off of the action list.
Okay.
Councillor Funk, you had a question?
No, I was going to make the same comment just in response to Councillor, that this isn't ongoing, this is just an incremental update.
Yeah.
With the addition of the questions raised today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
More questions that you're going to look into.
Do you have a timeline you'd like these back by? Our action item list?
When do you think you would have time to dig into all of this?
Before the 26th meeting or the first week in October?
I think October. I think you have time. Councillor Dean?
Sorry, so then just as a point of order, I think we should vote on this and then decide for next. Then we'll do the second one.
Yeah, okay.
I think we should vote on this one and then.
Sure. There's a motion on the floor to accept it as information. All in favor? Carried. And now the second request is to make a motion to have more questions asked, or that already falls within line with what we've asked?
Falls in line. I think it's just an incremental update as to when they're coming back.
I think that deadline, if we can. Sorry.
I agree.
Deadline.
What, do you have an idea of deadline? Doesn't that have to be within
I
2
agree.
weeks?
Well, if we, actually, I was just thinking, because we
Might
would
take some time.
potentially do the retreat and
That's right.
the strategic vision, so would the end of October be more timely?
Yeah, I would say,
18th, we have the 4th, 11, and 18th.
18th, yeah. Or there's November 1st.
That's even better.
Does that work, Councillor Dean?
I think that sounds great. To both your and Councillor Funk's comments, which I don't disagree with at all. I would like, because of how we're tracking, the new tracking interaction list, which I think is great. Since we're putting a deadline for the next update, I wonder if that's how simple this motion is, that direct administration come back with the next update by the meeting in October, and that just gets added to the update, and we don't have to worry about specific questions because it's all been added here. And so just add that as the next line down within our action list. Thank you, Sean.
I think so. If you'd like to propose that motion.
Sure. What was the date you looked at?
November 1. We have a council
Thank you.
meeting.
So I'd like to direct administration to come back with the next update on Webster Lands for the November 1st, 2022 regular council meeting.
Fantastic. Any comments or questions? Councillor Funk?
Just friendly, just to make it open, on or before November 1st. So if you have information ahead of time, that you can.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
I will stay because my next item.
Okay, moving forward with item number 7, which is mortgage review for projects over $3 million.
Day of curiosity, that's what today is. Okay, to the mayor and council. Thank you again. This is a second item that I'd like to bring forward as an update regarding the update the major projects that exceed $3 million that have been active over the past 15 years. As requested by council, administration is looking into the sale of shoreline lands to lakefront residents, as well as the 19 mortgages offered to some lakefront residents. We are also looking into the mortgage given to the Chestermere Yacht Club. Dating back, I'm sorry, I don't have the date on this, but it's dating back to 2009, 2010. Here we are. In 2010, approximately 387 Chestermere lakefront residents agreed to purchase the shoreline land on their properties, paid to Chestermere. We know that 19 mortgages were provided to some residents, as shown in the document that I'll be showing next, from 2010. The total paid by the city to WID for these lands was just over $5 million, and we know the residents were charged over $6.4 million. I just wanted to show an example of a document, a spreadsheet dating from August 2010 that shows the 19, I believe there's 17, but there was 19 in total, residents that were offered mortgages of the 387 residents. And the other thing that we have seen that we'd like to understand better is some residents were charged as little as $1,200 plus for their shorefront property, while others were charged $150,000. And just to explain a little bit, the shorefront property was a certain percentage of land from the water back and a little bit of water or a little bit of land underneath the water where people's docks were. That was all owned by WID at one point. Most residents were not aware that that land was owned by WID. Most residents just assumed that was part of their property at that time. So we were forced to purchase it. Unfortunately, we do know that when some residents could not pay, they had a fence put across their shoreline so they couldn't access the water in front of their property. In one case, as late as 2021, a resident still had a fence across their shoreline. A bit of history there. In 2010, this resident could not pay for the shoreline. In 2011, they tried to pay. However, the city wanted to charge them 300% over the original price. Of course, they refused. The city then put a fence along their shoreline and removed their dock, shed, all irrigation, and electrical. The resident continued to fight with the city over the situation until this council. They brought it to the attention of this council, which agreed to remedy the situation and account for the damages caused by the city. Another situation around this issue is we know that the Chestermere Yacht Club received a 35-year loan for their land with 0% interest, and the loan began in 2011, and it was for over $122,000. And as per this agreement, the loan does not have to be repaid until 2035. We also know, as per the MGA, that Loan Bylaw 265, a municipality may only lend money to a nonprofit organization, one of its controlled corporations, or a designated seller within the meaning of a section regarding gas distribution. The other two items that I just brought to attention here is that a big one that I want to point out is a minimum rate of interest needed to be charged. The term and the terms of the repayment of the loan needed to be set out. The last thing that I just would like to look into as well is, was the loan advertised? Because that is also part of the MGA. What we don't know is how much the city paid WID for the land versus how much did the city actually collect from residents. I did state those numbers earlier, but I would like to have further confirmation on those numbers. Why did the city offer 19 mortgages to some residents when it's very clear in the MGA that this practice is not allowed to residents? Are there any mortgages still outstanding other than the yacht club? Again, need to follow up. What should we do if we find some residents were overcharged and some residents were undercharged? This will be a decision for council. And do we need to revisit the terms given to the yacht club for their mortgage? Those are a few of my questions. And likely you will have some questions as well.
Council, are there any questions? Just give us a moment to digest this a little bit.
Okay.
You have a question? Councilor Watt?
Through the chair to Kim. Kim, I'm not too sure, I'm taking a moment to digest this information as well. Could we also add to the list of questions how valuation was determined? I'm really keen on knowing where this disparity originated from. Was it assessed values? Was it WID information? We really need to get to the bottom of how this happened dollar-wise.
Yes, definitely.
I'm really particularly curious about the valuation and how that was determined.
I will see as far back and find that information.
Thank you.
Councilor Funk?
Through the mayor to Kim. The MGA that's quoted in here, is that the MGA at the time of the sale of the land, or is that the MGA currently?
Oh, that's a very good question. I checked my current MGA book. I didn't check the MGA back from 2010. I will do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Guess I'll go.
Sorry, Councilor Hanley. Busy reading.
I specifically noted on the bylaw, the interest rate is 0%, but it also, 0.7 says the source of funding to lend the principal amount of the loan were from property taxes, which means that the residents were providing this loan to the yacht club, really, with 0% return on your property taxes.
So maybe moving forward, we can figure out what that calculation was, what that cost was to residents, or the cost is to residents.
So it mentions that, that there's a bylaw has to be set out for the loan. I noticed that there seems to be a bylaw for yacht club.
Yes.
Is there a bylaw for the 19?
Not that I could find. I searched and searched and searched to see if there was any kind of loan, mortgages. I went through Missy's documents, all her bylaws. I could not find anything.
And of course, advertising, I don't know how you'd search for that, but interesting. Councilor Hanley?
I'd point out the bylaw number is 022-18, which implies that the bylaw was created in 2018.
Yes.
Not in 2010 or 29, unless that was an amendment.
No, it wasn't originally made. There was not a bylaw originally when the loan was originally done. This was a bylaw that confirmed the agreement in 2018. I'm not quite sure why at that point they decided to put a bylaw in. We will also try to understand that.
Councilor Foat?
Just some clarification on that. That was under previous council. I would like to ask Councilor Latesh Narayan to explain how he understood it.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Foote. From what I understand, now this is, I think many moons ago, that there wasn't a bylaw at the point at that time, and therefore a bylaw was needed to ratify this. So in the absence of a bylaw, I believe the 2018 bylaw was enacted.
Can I ask a question?
Understood it was for all. That time. Am I correct, Ritesh, or not?
So I didn't get that.
I understood it was for all the people who had loans, not just for Yacht Club.
I honestly can't remember. Could
I
be
didn't
correct. I
find
don't.
a bylaw that suggested that. There might be one. I don't know if they could do one because it's against the NGA, but they can for a non-for-profit. So I'm not sure. Why was it in 2018 they decided, since the loans have been going on since 2009, 2010, why did they need to ratify at that point? Did they realize something was amiss?
Yeah, so from what I remember, because we were elected in fall of 2017, and this was brought to the attention of the council at the time in 2018. It was an in-camera item when this was revealed, and it was identified that there were a lot of pieces missing, just like today, we're trying to look for answers. We were trying to look for answers back then as well. Some of the things that was missing was, of course, the bylaw. And I think in order to fill that gap, a bylaw was then enacted.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you.
That's understood also.
Councillor Hanley?
Thanks. I would just like to offer some advice too, in that if this happened in 2009, 2010, within your accounting system, you should have records of the actual loan, or it should have been a receivable, right? Because it's like somebody owes you for past property taxes. So somewhere along that line, and even back in 2018 or 2017, in your financial statements, that should be very well documented.
I will reconcile that with Ann Ty before I
So
come.
that would be in the notes, or it would be?
It would be within the transactions in the general ledger. It should be very
Yeah.
clearly identified.
Okay. That'll be a good place to look. Councillor Funk?
It was noted that the WID land sale was for $5 million, but yet $6.4 million was collected from the sale of the land by the city. But yet WID only was paid $5 million. So there's an additional $1.4 million that was collected. Do we know, was there anything noted as to what that funding was going to be used for, or where it went?
Not at this point. I will look into, and I will confirm those numbers as well. That's for my next update. I just wanted to note that there was a difference there, and we'll track that down.
Councillor Focht?
If it'll help you in your search, this was done under the interim CAO Pat Vincent at the time.
Okay,
So that will give you a target area where it was done in.
thank you. Thank you. I will look into that.
Well, you might be able to check with municipal affairs also, because if it's in violation of the MGA, it needs to be reported.
Okay,
So they may have something on this.
okay. As well as I would assume WID would have the original documents if we can't track them
The
down.
first purchase agreement, I would assume, yes. Councillor Hanley?
We do the same thing we did as the last one, except this is information and request an update for the November 1st or earlier.
Yeah. Okay, if I could get a motion to accept this as information?
So
Councillor Focht?
make a motion to receive this presentation as information,
Any questions or comments,
and
Councillor?
that they come back to us with
That'll be part
I'll
two.
make that a second.
Second motion. All in favor? Carried? And now the second motion, no?
I would like to put a timeline on this for October.
No, November 1.
November
Oh,
1.
November 1. November the 1st then.
Okay, thank
Come
you.
back to council, thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried? Thank you very much, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is item 8, which is the surety bonds policy consideration, being presented by Callan Morrison.
Good afternoon, Council. I'd just like to introduce you to Cal Morrison. He started here in early August, I think it was, 9th of August, and this is his first presentation, so I'll give him a hard time.
Fantastic. Good afternoon, Callan.
Good afternoon, Council and the Mayor. I am here to provide some information about a policy that I'm working on about surety bonds and how the city of Chestermere should accept them as a form of development securities. In 2009, Calgary became the first large municipality in Canada to accept them. And ever since, municipalities around Alberta have accepted them, from Edmonton, Cochrane, Airdrie, Grand Prairie. That's just to name a few of them. In developing this policy, I talked with other municipalities and I talked with people from the private sector and people within the city of Chestermere themselves to help develop this. I would like to say, though, despite all that, the policy is still very early in development. Full transparency, I ripped a lot of stuff from the Edmonton agreement that came out in April 1st, but I got rid of Edmonton in the policy. So a surety bond is, as mentioned before, a type of security development. It's different than a letter of credit because a surety bond is a three-party agreement between the developer, a surety bond provider, and the city of Chestermere. Essentially, a developer buys a surety bond from a surety bond company, and then if the developer were to default, the surety bond company provides the city of Chestermere with the money that we agreed to. The reason why certain developers prefer surety bonds is because it's a credit as opposed to like a letter of credit, where a letter of credit, the developer has to keep X amount of money, let's say $1 million, to keep things simple. They have to keep it in a bank account, and it doesn't do anything. It just sits there. I don't even know if it collects interest, but with a surety bond, the developer is more like can use that money whatever they want to. They can fund other projects. They can pay their staff with that money. They can kind of like weather through storms if like there's a recession or a mild downturn. So funny enough, it actually can help prevent defaults, causing the whole problem in the first place. But it's not only beneficial towards the developer, there are benefits to the city as well. The city of Chestermere gives off a look that we are more business friendly. We're willing to work with developers, and it makes us more competitive compared to other municipalities who are already doing this. Another benefit is that we get a larger pool of developers that we can choose from. Just because let's say we have a project that's worth $2 million, however millions of dollars, that really only limits our choices to bigger developers who can put up that money, and the bigger developers cost more because they have a higher staff and everything like that. So we can, if we were allowed surety bonds, we could have like medium-sized developers or even like smaller developers, stuff like that. That will help drive down costs. Another pro is that surety bonds have to do an extensive amount of research into a company, and so they look at things like past performance, their balance sheets, everything like that, in order to issue out a surety bond. So that kind of helps us on our administrative side, because while I still recommend we do our research and homework, we just don't have to be as extensive, because a surety bond, if they're going to give out a bond, then we're kind of already assuming that this company has its ducks in its row and it can kind of like weather a storm and get a project done. Yes, as mentioned before, the policy is still fairly early on, so it's not exactly what I want the policy to look like, but I did use current City of Chestermere policies where it did align, but other than that, I used the City of Edmonton and the City of Calgary, but I'll explain where Calgary comes in at the end. The policy essentially covers what type of work requires securities. That was from Chestermere. The rates and amounts for developers, depending on their relationship with the city of Chestermere. So that's like trusted developers, new developers, or progressive or improving relationships with developers. That's also from the city of Chestermere as well. The conditions for releasing the securities, what defines minor or major breach of the contract, and where the developers would forfeit their security, and the letter of credit and surety bond guidelines, which I found is a piece of policy that we are missing, and I think that can be very helpful because I think it's kind of it's like a rule that has to be written down, but the City of Edmonton guideline provides like certain Canadian institutions has to be paid in Canadian dollars, etc. So I think those guidelines should be probably written down somewhere, just in case. This is something that I kind of want council to kind of discuss and get back to me. So currently in the policy, I wrote a provision down that surety bonds will not be retroactively applied to developers. That is obviously not my decision. That's the council's decision. So I just wanted to kind of like throw that out there and kind of see what council thinks about that provision. And that might cause its own problems, or unforeseen work for administration, but that's not up to me to decide. The last section of the City of Edmonton and the City of Calgary provides us with this surety bond agreement, and I think this is something we shouldn't just copy and paste it. We have to run it through legal and everything like that. But what's so useful about the City of Calgary and the City of Edmonton, which are basically the same agreement, I think they just replaced the word Calgary with Edmonton and like addresses and stuff like that. But the way this development bond is written is exactly the same conditions as a letter of credit. However, it's just a surety bond. So all the benefits from a letter of credit are applied to us, and all the benefits of a surety bond are applied to the developer. So, yes, that is my report. I am happy to answer any questions to the best of my abilities. So,
That's great. Thank you very much. Great first presentation. Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Funk?
Quick question. What is the approval process for the security bond group or whatever who's actually securing the bond?
One sec. It's
I didn't quite see that in there. Maybe I missed it.
So this is the Edmonton one. So, but it's very similar. Just replace the word Edmonton with Chestermere. Must be entered into with City of Edmonton approved surety. So so the City of Chestermere would have to kind of do some legwork and find a list of surety companies that are approved. Or
That's basically what I'm asking is what is the approval process for those companies or whatever that are actually securing?
Okay, so that is something that we will have to develop a little more. Traditionally, we would kind of go with like FICO. It's like the fiduciary institution. I can't remember. It's a federal agency that approves banks and type of companies like surety bond lenders. And it's basically like we could go somewhere as high as like AA, or we could even go like A lending status and stuff like that. So it really can be up to administration and council from that decision, but probably all the same things like Canadian institution must be dealt out in Canadian dollars, stuff like that. So.
Any other questions, Councillor Hanlon?
I would also, you indicated that you used Calgary and Edmonton's version, which they have switched. But there's a number of other municipalities and counties in Alberta, and it may be worthwhile to look at them. I know like Strathcona County, they went to it. So they would have sort of a different mix, as in the big urban centers. Is all urban type of a thing where it's where you might want to pick up some of the nuances from the smaller places.
No, I agree absolutely. Yeah, because Edmonton's like I'm not very good at math, probably 100 times bigger than Chestermere. But one thing I kind of found difficult was that a lot of places like Cochrane, for instance, very similar size, not too far away from here, but they don't actually have it written down anywhere. There was a presentation, I watched the meeting minutes, there's a presentation, but for some reason the policy just wasn't developed or hasn't been published yet. But of course I'm sure someone has done their diligence and like, I'm sure there's an answer out there. But I was talking with Jerry and he mentioned maybe even like looking at municipalities in Ontario or BC, somewhere very similar. Like there's an answer out there for us. So.
Yeah, no, they've been used for a long time. It won't be hard. Any other questions, councilors? Okay, if I can get a motion to accept that as information. Councilor Hanley?
I move the council accept the security bonds policy consideration for information.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, moving on to item I, staff reports for decision, the HSAB 2023 funding allocations, which is being presented by Olympia, our Community Support Services Manager, City of Chestermere. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Olympia Lizondo, Manager of the Community Support Services Department.
On page 195. Okay.
The City of Chestermere Community Support Services Department, in conjunction with the Human Services Advisory Board, HSAB, facilitates the annual HSAB grant-making program. Guided by the Integrated Social Investment Framework, the Calgary and Area United Way, Chestermere Partnership, and Family and Community Support Services. Funds are liberated to establish formal partnership with local social serving organizations. As a result, social initiatives are offered to address social conditions to improve the well-being of residents. The 2023 call for proposals was facilitated from January 31st, 2022 to March 2022. During this review process, administration forwarded 15 eligible program proposals for the boards to review. The proposals were from 9 organizations. The Human Services Advisory Board, HSAB, decided to support $173,394 as listed in your package. In conclusion, the recommended action is that the Council approve the Human Services Advisory Board 2023 funding allocations as recommended by the Human Services Advisory Board.
Great, thank you. So I just wanted to clarify. So we're looking at handing out, Mr. Is it correct that there's forwarded 15 eligible programs?
It is 9. 9
And
organizations.
9 were approved, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are we looking to approve the 9 that are listed?
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hanlon?
If I can just clarify, Sandy and I sit on this committee.
Okay.
In I believe it was January, February, we had noticed that last year's allocations never came to council for authorization for disbursement of the funds. This year, the committee's done the whole process, completed it through, identified who the recipients are going to be. So now the committee's coming to council to provide that authorization. What happens is in 2021, the committee decided for 2022. In 2022, the committee is deciding for 2023. So by approving this, we basically allow administration to let the money out the door at the beginning of next year, no questions asked, because it's been approved by council in accordance with our committee bylaw.
Okay. And is it these, on these points that we see in our package, from what I see here, there's 10 distributions?
9.
I count 10. That's just.
Yeah, so what you see in the package is you have the first 4 are the United Way funding, which is separate from the other funding. And then, or the first 5, as I see goes, and then you have CSS funding for the 130, and there's 6 of them. So there's a total of 11 programs that are being funded.
Okay. I see. Okay, it's 130 versus the United Way 43,000. Okay.
And that's where the 173 comes from.
I see, okay. And do we wish to read out the groups that we're supporting?
Sure. I can.
Sure. Okay. So we're looking under the FCSS funding, $130,000. You want to go ahead and read it?
You want to start on the,
Sure.
how about I'll start on the first page. United Way funding, which is 43,394. So it's accredited supports to the community, which is $8,000, and that's healthy families. Camp Chestermere is 9,388, and that's for their CLTD Teen Leadership Program. The third one is Junior Achievement of Southern Alberta, 5,000, and that's financial literacy, work readiness, and entrepreneurship for Chestermere youth. And the fourth one is Synergy, 15,187, split funding through United Way and FSCSS, and that's for their Shout program. And the fifth one is Trellis Society, 5,819, and that's 6 week circle 6 week circle time in the park for age groups 0 through 5. Do you want to read that next? Because you're part of it.
That's
Sure, thank you. FCSS funding for totaling 130,000. Camp Chestermere, 24,888 for helping all campers succeed. To Camp Chestermere, $9,880 for the volunteer mentorship program coordinator. 3, Calgary Immigrant Women's Association, $34,000 for counseling supports for immigrant families. 4, Chestermere Food Bank, $10,000 for the community kitchen. Chestermere Public Library, $5,732 for after school at CPL. And finally, 6, Synergy, $45,500 split funding through United Way and FCSS for the Shout program.
11.
Fantastic.
11 in total.
Thank you. Okay, are there any comments, Councillor Funk?
So just looking at the difference between the request for decision and the presentation. So the request for decision has 10 listed. So I don't know if something's missing or something's been combined. I haven't had a chance to.
Councillor,
I believe I can handle Councillor Cole's question. On the request for decision, the last item, the Synergy agent, is split between the two, and that's why you have the 10 versus 11.
Okay. I was trying to quickly find that, but thanks for pointing that out.
Clarification.
Councillor Folk?
Synergy's funding, they received 15,000 and some, and that was split between FCSS and then the United Way. They got $45,000 total, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? 4 or 5, 58. Councillor Dean?
Yes, sir, I just want to make a comment on this, that motion, that I.
It's at 15 and the
I
45,000.
don't get any money from this. It all goes to programs, but.
It says on the 45, it's combined with.
Councillor Hanley?
I was going to just make the motion. I move that council accepts the recommendation for the HSAB committee funding recommendations as presented, or allocations as presented.
Any comments or questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, the split isn't 50-50.
No, one was 15,000, so I thought the other would be 30,000.
No, it's the total 60.
It's just, yeah, what's a base? Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Councillor Hanley?
Can we take a break for 5 minutes?
We can take a recess break for 10 minutes, sure.
So actually, are we, sorry, are we in camera on the next one?
This
everybody take a break. If I can get a motion to go on camera.
I'll make the motion that we go in camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you, everyone.
everyone. Thank you again for your patience. We're just coming out back from in camera. With that, if I can get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Foat.
I make a motion that we come out of camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Coming out of camera, we have one item that we wish to have a motion come forward on, which I believe Councillor Hanley is going to provide.
The council approves the expenditure proposed by administration at the September 6th council meeting, and that the funds be withdrawn from the restricted surplus account.
Any questions or comments? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. With that,
Services has a question.
you're frozen, sorry? Okay, if you're online at home, we might be having some technical difficulties, or you might still hear us. Do we know if we're unfrozen at home now? Or are we just frozen here? How does that go? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
The horizon.
Stand fast, go sell.
We need somebody to stand on one foot. Oh, the feed is live? Okay. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so you missed the motion on our recording. Okay, for everyone at home, we're just going to go through the motion one more, so we have it on our recorded video, which Councillor Hanley just provided. So, Councillor Hanley,
Did they also get the motion of coming out of in camera?
okay, so we'll do both. Okay, if I can get a motion to come out of in camera, Councillor Foat.
I make a motion that we come out of in camera at this time.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Hanley has a motion that he'll read again.
The council approves the expenditure proposed by administration at the September 6th council meeting, and the funds be withdrawn from the restricted surplus account.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. With that, our final item on the agenda is our adjournment. If I can get a motion to adjourn. Councillor Foat?
I'll make a motion that we adjourn at this time.
Fantastic. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a great evening.